Please, let's not cancel our wedding. I know I acted a bit immature, but when I saw his face, I felt bad. It seemed like my boyfriend's dad was judging me, and my boyfriend didn't stand up for me. I was really fed up with both of them, judging me just by what I wear or own. At our first meeting, they made me feel unwelcome, and at the second, they looked down on me for not being rich. But when they saw the brand of my coat, suddenly they treated me differently. My name's Jessica Smith, and I'm 28 years old. I work at an airport, and my folks have a fashion business back in Italy. Despite that, I live solo in New York City. That's where I met Jacob Turner, my current boyfriend, at my favorite cafe. He's a couple of years older than me and a regular at the same spot. As we started seeing more of each other, he treated me well, and I quickly fell for him. After 2 years together, he proposed we visit his folks for a marriage meeting. I was overjoyed. It felt like he was on the same page about marriage. His dad, like mine, runs a big fashion brand, and I admired how globally active he was. Jacob, just like his dad, dressed in branded clothes. When he mentioned his dad wasn't keen on folks who seemed poor, I reassured him with a smile, saying I was okay with it. I'm not saying you're lacking in money or anything, but it's more about how you present yourself, he said. I don't think he meant any harm, but his words felt like he was talking down to me. Are you implying there's something wrong with how I dress? I asked. No, I think your individual style is great, he replied. How dare you? I make sure to dress nicely to be worthy of being with Jacob. Ever since I started dating Jacob, I've been paying more attention to my fashion, even on my days off. I always wear makeup now, and I've started to take a keen interest in my outfits, from affordable brands to luxury labels. Jacob's presence always shines brightly, and I feel like I pale in comparison next to him. His best feature is undoubtedly his looks, with his model-like physique and face, and the confident aura he exudes. He could easily be in a fashion magazine. As for work, I earn a higher income and speak multiple languages. In terms of skills and abilities, I might have the upper hand. However, his facial features are so striking that I couldn't help but be drawn to him effortlessly. But his occasional condescending comments bothered me, I admitted. Well, Jessica, you're beautiful, so I think you'll be okay. But just know, my dad is strict, Jacob warned. Strict in what way? I inquired. In determining whether you fit the brand image of my dad's company and if you're suitable for the Turner family, he explained. So basically, my dad is extremely proud of his brand, and he won't forgive anyone who tarnishes it. I might not be able to support you on the day, he added with a smile, which only increased my pressure. What do you mean you won't help me? I felt like he was ready to abandon me without a second thought. As the day of the marriage meeting approached, I couldn't shake off my growing unease. Their future in-laws' house turned out to be a luxurious high-rise apartment. Which floor do they live on? I asked. The top floor, he replied casually. But to me, it was shocking enough to make me lose my balance. It wasn't surprising, though. Later, I found out it was a super luxury apartment with a monthly rent of $7,000. The apartment boasted 4 bedrooms, a spacious living room, and a well-equipped kitchen. It was conveniently located just a 2-minute walk from the station, although the rent was steep. Feeling uneasy, I couldn't help but wonder aloud, I hope everything will be all right. To my surprise, he responded with a somewhat tense expression, I'm not sure. It seemed like his father's approval mattered more to him than his own girlfriend's feelings. Clinging to a sense of unease, I stepped into the elevator with him. Upon arriving at his place, we were greeted by his mother. From her demeanor and the luxurious attire she wore, it was evident that the Turners were a well-to-do family. My parents also run a business, so I recognized right away that everything she was wearing was high-end. I thought to myself. Despite her welcome, her tone was chilly, as if she had little interest in me. I was ushered into the living room, where his father awaited us. Jacob, is this the woman you wish to marry? He asked. Yes, this is Jessica. She's 2 years younger than me and works as ground crew at the airport, Jacob replied. As he finished the introduction, I nodded politely. Just as I was about to introduce myself, his father posed a question that left me puzzled. Jessica, how much did your entire outfit cost? I hesitated before answering. The coat is from the Gap, and the skirt is from Zara, so altogether, it's probably around $300. Upon hearing my response, his father let out a heavy sigh and proceeded to scold Jacob. Jacob, you've brought this poorly dressed woman here. Are you trying to bring shame to our family name? I was taken aback. Not only had his father insulted me by calling me poorly dressed, but Jacob, instead of defending me, was apologizing profusely. That's when I knew I couldn't go through with marrying him. That's enough. We're done here, declared his father, dismissing me completely. I'm the CEO of a luxury brand. I can't tolerate a woman with such cheap taste. Jacob stood there, stunned into silence. Our engagement was off, and we made our way home, walking silently side by side. Jacob began to complain. Didn't I tell you not to dress how you like? Because of you, I was humiliated in front of my parents. What? Why can't I choose my own clothes? Are you going to force me to wear only your dad's brand after we're married? I snapped back, angered by his lack of support and his father's attitude. Jacob's emotions started to bubble up too. Yes, exactly. If you wear his clothes, you'll impress everyone. Please, just listen to me for once. Your behavior is putting our marriage at risk, he pleaded. Then let's call off the wedding, I retorted sharply. Jacob stopped in his tracks, shocked by my firmness. With a tense expression, he stuttered, You're kidding, right? I responded firmly, I'm serious. Suddenly, all of his confidence vanished, and he began apologizing repeatedly, begging, please, anything but calling off the wedding. Seeing him plead like that made me wonder if I had been too harsh. So, for now, I decided to wait and watch. We agreed to revisit the marriage meeting in a week, but his father threatened to call off the engagement if things didn't go well. I found myself thinking along the same lines as Jacob. Hey, what about wearing this outfit for the meeting with my parents? I suggested, noticing how affected Jacob was after the first meeting. His biggest worry seemed to be not upsetting his father. It was clear that his father's approval meant more to him than our upcoming marriage. That's why he confidently proposed wearing the same brand of clothing as his father. I'll decide what to wear. If you're going to interfere, let's end things right here, I told him firmly, feeling my desire to marry him slowly fading. As a last resort, I decided to reach out to my dad. I spilled everything that had happened to him. Fast forward to the day of the second meeting. Jacob seemed anxious from the morning, while I remained calm. However, there was one noticeable difference. My outfit. All the clothes I wore were from Italy, something I had requested from my dad. He oversees a brand overseas, which is also sold in the U.S. Sensing the tension, my dad arranged for clothes to be delivered from his American branch. Since Jacob was at work when they arrived, he was unaware of the switch. When he noticed my new coat, he looked puzzled but didn't comment due to our tight schedule before the meeting. On the way to his parents' house, he pleaded with me, Let's just make this meeting a success, okay? You do want to marry me, right? His expression suggested that I should feel privileged to marry him, but deep down, I wasn't as excited about getting married anymore. The growing distrust between us weighed heavily on my mind as we arrived at his parents' house. Despite my inner turmoil, I plastered on a fake smile and assured him I'll do my best. This time, it was his father who greeted us, with my mother-in-law nowhere in sight. Without wasting any time, my father-in-law launched into criticism. Jacob, what's the meaning of this? Didn't you promise to dress her in our brand? His pride in the family brand surpassed my expectations. He once mentioned that even a pair of socks from their brand cost over $200. I'm sorry, Dad. Jessica insisted on choosing her own outfit. Jacob apologized. My father-in-law let out a sigh and turned his attention to me. Jessica, could you please refrain from tarnishing our family's brand image? That coat looks rather cheap, he remarked, scrutinizing my new coat closely. It seems like a knockoff, doesn't it? It resembles Louis Vuitton at first glance, but it's not genuine. He took out his phone and began searching for something, likely checking the price. Here it is. There's a knockoff that looks identical to your coat, and it's inexpensive. Even if you choose not to wear our brand, surely there are better options than that. My father-in-law proceeded to ruthlessly critique my appearance. His behavior was utterly unacceptable, signaling that this meeting was no longer just a formality for our impending marriage. Despite the tension, Jacob remained silent in front of his father, failing to defend me. Well, take a seat and remove that $60 coat. You look destitute, he sneered. Unbeknownst to him, there was a coat similar to mine priced at $60, albeit missing a few zeros. At this point, I had reached my limit. Excuse me, may I borrow a hanger? I reached out for one nearby, but my father-in-law scoffed. For a cheap coat like that, a hanger is too generous. There's a basket over there, use that. Jacob, fetch it for her. He commanded Jacob to hand me a laundry basket, reducing him to nothing more than a puppet under his father's control. Despite our exchanged glances, Jacob remained silent. However, his demeanor shifted when he glimpsed the label on my coat, which I reluctantly placed in the basket. Dad, this coat is Prada, he exclaimed in disbelief. Both of them were stunned. My future father-in-law, who had previously dismissed my coat as cheap, suddenly changed his tune upon seeing the tag. Oh, Jessica, why didn't you mention it earlier? You're wearing something truly remarkable, he remarked, attempting to force a smile. I returned his gaze with a cold stare and then addressed the matter of our marriage. Let's call it off, please. They were taken aback. What do you mean, Jessica? It's only fair. Even if he's your own father, if you can't defend your future wife when she's being belittled, I can't accept you as my husband. When I turned to Jacob for a response, he looked down, unable to utter a word. Furthermore, father-in-law, this coat is from a brand owned by my father. And when I mentioned Prada, it's a collaborative piece with Prada, overseen by my father. There are only 5 of these in the world, valued at $60,000. $60,000. Father-in-law reacted as if struck by lightning. Later, I learned that the most expensive coat from his brand cost around $12,000. Although $12,000 might seem high-end to most people, it pales in comparison to mine. So it appears big brand CEOs judge people solely based on their appearance, huh? My father-in-law was speechless. Turning to both of them, I continued, and Jacob, did you really think being the son of a CEO made you invincible? Sure, you dress well and look good, but your character doesn't measure up. What? What are you saying? Jacob attempted to retort, but to me, his defensiveness seemed absurd. Can you even understand where I'm coming from? You left me to endure all the criticism alone and even pressured me to succeed the second time around. How would you feel if our positions were reversed? Well, I don't want to endure any more pain just to save face, I rebuked him sternly. His demeanor softened, and he simply said, I'm sorry. Then, addressing my father-in-law, Jacob added, of course, I approve of the marriage. I was wrong. Please, let's calm down. Despite his attempt to regain control, I was thoroughly repulsed by his behavior, still under the mistaken belief that he held the upper hand. Letting out a deep sigh, I startled my father-in-law, who looked at me anxiously. Are you familiar with the ultra-luxury Italian brand Ruby? Ah, yes, they're a renowned global brand. I know the CEO, my father-in-law responded. Well, my coat is from Ruby. It's a collaboration with Prada. I see, but the issue isn't. Actually, I'm the CEO's daughter, I interrupted. What? You're kidding. Both of them stared at me in disbelief, their mouths opening and closing without uttering a word. It was clear they were struggling to process the revelation. I intended to formally disclose this when we announced our engagement, but given the circumstances, it didn't seem appropriate. So, it appears I've been disrespecting the daughter of a more prestigious brand all this time. So, Dad, Jacob, enough with the charade. How did you not know this sooner? Because of you, we've made fools of ourselves. My father-in-law began to blame his son, feeling cornered. While it may have appeared as though he was merely deflecting blame, it evidently struck a nerve for both of them. I had no idea, all right? All I knew was that she worked as ground staff, my boyfriend admitted, his voice trembling with fear of his father. He seemed genuinely terrified. Suddenly, my father-in-law's demeanor towards me shifted. "Ah, I apologize for my son's behavior. Let me prepare some tea for you," he said, forcing a smile that I found insincere. "Do you always judge people based on superficial factors and change your attitude once you learn about their status? Can't you evaluate people beyond their appearances?" I confronted him, my tone firm as I had resigned myself to the fact that our marriage was no longer an option. When I informed my father about the situation, he mentioned that he's contemplating acquiring your company. What? He's planning to buy my company? Yes, he believes that someone who judges others solely by their fashion brand isn't fit to lead a major company. Fashion brands shouldn't be used to flaunt status. Therefore, the wearer, my father-in-law, began to sweat visibly, starting to grasp the seriousness of the situation. While he may flaunt his status as the president of a major brand now, being acquired would be a different story. Dad, if we're acquired now, we're in trouble, right? We don't have the resources to resist, do we? Jacob asked his father, his disappointment evident in his voice. It seemed he had some understanding of the company's financial situation. I later discovered that my father-in-law's company was barely scraping by, always teetering on the brink of financial ruin. Any significant setback could easily push them into the red, and it seemed that setback had arrived in the form of a potential acquisition. My father always follows through on his promises, and he raised me to do the same. So, as I mentioned before, there will be no wedding. Jessica, I'm so sorry, Jacob said, tears welling up in his eyes. I barely spared him a glance. It was hard to reconcile the once cool image of him with the pathetic sight before me. And then there was my father-in-law. Jessica, I beg you, please reconsider the acquisition, he pleaded. While I didn't hold the final decision, it was surreal to see my father-in-law groveling to me, the same person he had looked down on just moments earlier. His misplaced pride disgusted me, and I simply replied, "That's for my father to decide." With all hope seemingly lost, my father-in-law paled and sank to his knees. Ignoring the two despairing men, I left my father-in-law's house. Following that day, I lost touch with Jacob. When I briefed my father, he disclosed that the acquisition process was already in motion. My father, typically gentle and fair-minded, underwent a transformation upon learning of my distress. He had long eyed the opportunity to acquire my ex-father-in-law's company, buying his time for the right moment. However, upon discovering that the same man who had belittled me for my background was the CEO of the target company, my father's resolve solidified. All uncertainty evaporated. He remarked, "In this acquisition, my priority is to safeguard the well-being of all employees except the CEO." This meant that my ex-father-in-law's fate rested entirely in my father's hands. As for the subsequent fates of those two individuals, I remained uninformed. However, a sense of relief washed over me when I stumbled upon breaking news on TV. The report announced the acquisition of a prominent fashion brand by Ruby Corp, a major American entity. The footage featured my ex-father-in-law during the acquisition. Looking utterly defeated, the fire extinguished from his eyes. My ex-father-in-law and ex-boyfriend, who both prioritized social status in marriage, appeared incapable of recognizing the intrinsic worth of individuals. I firmly believe that CEOs should emulate my father, who assesses individuals based on their character rather than superficial traits. This experience imparted a profound lesson, applicable not only to branded items but to all facets of life. My sister-in-law, now mute and bedridden, was entrusted to my care by my in-laws, who had decided to take a vacation in Hawaii. Just before departing, my husband Jack made it clear that taking care of her was my responsibility, emphasizing that I shouldn't slack off. As soon as Jack and his family left for their vacation, my sister-in-law, surprisingly, sat up and suggested that we get going too. My name is Lisa, and at 29, I had abandoned my teenage dream of becoming a pop star, realizing its fleeting nature. I ended up in my late 20s, dating Jack, whom I met through a friend, largely due to my mother's persistent desire to see her grandchild. Jack, despite having once aspired to enter the entertainment industry, now worked at a prestigious trading company in downtown Manhattan. After college, I had worked at a bank until I got married, at which point I quit my job. On a visit to Jack's parents' house, I learned about his younger sister Lucy, who, as a child, had contracted encephalitis from influenza, leaving her mute and bedridden due to brain damage. Lucy's mother had primarily cared for her, but surprisingly, Lucy and I got along well, communicating through sign language. Over time, I naturally picked up sign language, and our bond strengthened. Despite this, my mother-in-law, who was quite different from Lucy, was consistently sarcastic and critical of me. Jack and I lived in a condo about 30 minutes away, yet my mother-in-law would occasionally show up unannounced, nitpicking and issuing traditional instructions like keeping Jack's shoes clean and neatly folding laundry. She referred to Jack as Jackie and insisted on outdated practices, such as not going to bed before him, regardless of how late he got home. During our dating and early marriage days, Jack had always been kind and never disagreed with me, despite his mother's influence. Initially, Jack was incredibly considerate. If I mentioned feeling unwell and suggested having dinner outside, he readily agreed. Likewise, if I expressed interest in a designer bag, he would purchase it for me the following month. However, approximately a year into our marriage, Jack began to change, or perhaps reverted to his former self. He started coming home late from work, consistently smelling of alcohol. On weekends, Jack claimed increasing work responsibilities, making him too busy for family time. Oddly, even during visits to his parents' home, he would decline my invitations to join him. Frustrated, I decided to confront him about the growing distance between us. Jack, you've become so distant lately. It feels like you're a completely different person, I expressed. Jack glared briefly before dismissing my concerns. That's not true. You're overthinking things, he replied. Unconvinced, I pointed out that he rarely spoke to me anymore. He told me to stop bringing it up and walked away, ending the conversation abruptly. One Sunday, Jack surprised me by announcing he was going home. This was a departure from his usual refusal to have me accompany him on such visits. Eagerly, I offered to join him, expressing a desire to see Lucy as well. Jack's reaction was mixed, and he remarked on our seemingly close friendship. Despite his subtle grimace, I drove us to Jack's family home in Nebraska. Along the way, we stopped at a bakery to buy pastries as a gift. Jack's mother, who typically frowned at my presence, lit up upon receiving the pastries. When we arrived, she greeted us with a frown, as if displeased to see me. Undeterred, I handed her the pastries, and her expression changed like a child receiving a cherished toy. Curious about Jack's father, I inquired about him, learning he was out at a meeting. Jack's mother asked if I needed something, to which I replied that I didn't, just having something on my mind. He replied, I hadn't heard anything about this from Jack. What's going on? Did you have something to tell your father? I asked. Jack retorted, It's none of your business. What do you mean? We're a married couple, aren't we? Can you just stop nagging? His mother chimed in, Exactly. If Jack doesn't want to tell you something, you shouldn't be prying. Recognizing the futility of arguing, I chose not to respond. Just then, Jack's sister appeared. Oh, Jack, you're here, she said. Jack seized the opportunity, saying, Sis, perfect timing. I have something to discuss. She inquired. What is it? Jack proposed. I can take a long vacation next month. I was thinking about a family trip to Hawaii. How about you, sis? She replied, I'll pass. I don't have a passport. I was taken aback. Jack, usually busy with work, was suggesting a trip to Hawaii. Concerned, I asked, Jack, is everything all right with your job? His mother seemed displeased with my involvement and said, You shouldn't meddle with decisions Jack has made. You're really nosy, aren't you? Jack's mother then revealed the real reason for the meeting. I was to take care of Lucy during their vacation. Though momentarily surprised, I realized staying with Lucy was more appealing than going to Hawaii with my mother-in-law. I agreed to take care of Lucy, but I questioned why they had to bring me all the way there for such a discussion. Jack explained he expected resistance and wanted his mother to convince me forcefully if needed. Dumbfounded, I left the room to go to Lucy's room. Lucy was delighted to see me and asked how I'd been. When I explained Jack asked me to come along to their parents' house, Lucy remarked on Jack's change in behavior. Lucy suggested I stay over, and we had a great time chatting. An hour later, Jack came to get me, and we headed home. Lucy gave me a slight wink, hinting at a shocking truth and an even more shocking plan. A month later, on the day of the Hawaii trip, Jack and I went to his parents' house. Despite not going to Hawaii, I brought luggage to stay with Lucy for a week. As departure neared, the family insisted that taking care of Lucy was my job, and my mother-in-law added, "Please get along well with Lucy. It's better for you to stay here, isn't it? If anything happens to Lucy, it's all your fault." Unfazed, I returned to Lucy's room. At that moment, Lucy sprang up energetically and called out, "Come on, let's get going." This echoed a recent conversation where Lucy revealed she could walk and converse, a secret she had kept since last year. "I suppose, why have you been hiding this from the rest of the family?" Lucy began sharing an unexpected tale, saying, "Actually, my father and mother are both remarried. I'm my dad's child from his previous marriage, and my sister and brother are from my mom's side." Surprised by this revelation, and considering the usual coldness from my mother-in-law towards Lucy, I couldn't help but think, I thought so. Is that so? Lucy confirmed, "Yeah, my mom despises me." And I didn't want to talk to her, so I pretended that I couldn't. Curious about her father's knowledge, I asked, "And your father?" Lucy explained, "Dad knows everything. He's always on my side." Understanding the situation, I said, "I see. That's why, regarding this trip to Hawaii, I'm thinking we should go too." Perplexed, I asked, "Huh, what do you mean?" Lucy explained, "I mean I'm planning to go to Hawaii on the same day with you. We'll even stay at the same resort." Her proposal caught me completely off guard, and I responded, "What? I'd be thrilled to go to Hawaii with you, Lucy. But do you even have a passport?" Confidently, Lucy revealed, "Of course. I secretly got my passport last month. And don't worry about the expenses. My dad is covering our plane tickets and the resort, including yours." Excited about the unexpected turn of events, I said, "I see. I'm really looking forward to this." That's how we ended up at the airport, Lucy and I, arriving in Hawaii early in the morning. My father-in-law, who had been supportive, was there to see us off. Expressing gratitude, I said, "Thank you, father-in-law. I feel guilty for all the plane tickets and resort fees you've covered." He reassured me, saying, "Don't worry about it. As long as you two have fun, I'm happy." After landing, we took a taxi from the airport and checked into the resort hotel. Lucy and I were sharing a room, and as we settled in, I mentioned to Lucy, "Your father seems pretty well traveled." Lucy shared, "Yeah, he's been on several international business trips. He's even been to Hawaii a few times." Planning a surprise for Jack and the family, Lucy said, "So what's the plan? I'm guessing my mom and everyone will dine at the restaurant here tonight. I'm thinking of surprising them." Excited about the idea, I replied, "That sounds like fun." "I'm excited. Should we get some rest to recover from jet lag?" Lucy agreed. "That sounds like a good idea." Unable to sleep on the plane, we took a shower, climbed into bed, and quickly fell asleep. Waking up around late afternoon, Lucy was already awake and starting to wear makeup. Apologizing for sleeping too much, I reassured her, "No, don't worry about it. I just woke up too. We really had a good sleep, didn't we?" Fully recharged and ready for our battle. Around 7 o'clock, I suggested, "I'll go and check the restaurant." As I looked for Jack and his party, I found them dining joyfully from the shadows near the entrance. Venturing deeper into the restaurant, I spotted the back of a young woman I didn't recognize. This puzzled me, as there hadn't been such a woman when they left Jack's parents' house. Straining my ears, I could intermittently hear Jack and my mother-in-law's voices. "I'm glad it's not that woman today." "Yeah, I really drew the short straw. She's tainted my family record. If only we had an elegant daughter like her from the start. I want to divorce her and start fresh soon. Try to find a reason for the divorce and extract hefty alimony from that woman. Even without a cause for the divorce, it's fine. I can fabricate as many as I want. She's so bad that I want to throw her in the trash. I want to see my grandchild from you and her." My mother-in-law was giving the woman a smile she had never shown me before. I was driven by the urge to step forward and see the woman's fate, but I held it in. I returned to my room and told Lucy that it took a while. "I'm sorry, I saw something shocking. Jack brought a woman that I've never seen before." "What?" I was about to scream. Jack and my mother-in-law were continuously bad-mouthing me, and Jack even said he would find a reason for divorce. That's terrible. Jack called me a bad catch, but seeing him with another woman, I felt relieved. Now I can divorce him outright. That's a good thing. Shall we make our entrance then? Lucy and I headed towards the restaurant hall. When we entered the restaurant, we requested to sit near Jack's table and were able to get a seat quite close to them. They didn't notice our arrival as we were sitting quite close. We could hear their conversation, which was still filled with derogatory comments about me. I was amazed and ended up giving a bitter smile at how they could badmouth me indefinitely. Seeing my face, Lucy gave a nod with a smile, a cue for us to begin our counterattack. I stood up from my seat, stepped forward towards Jack, and shouted, "Are you all having a good time?" I'll never forget the look on Jack and my mother-in-law's faces at that moment. Their mouths agape and eyes wide open, they froze for a few seconds. After a few seconds, my mother-in-law finally spoke. "Why are you here? And how did Lucy get here without a wheelchair?" At her words, Lucy stood up, gave my mother-in-law a smile, and said, "I don't need a wheelchair. Thanks to you, my body and speech have returned to normal. I must have caused you quite a bit of trouble for a long time. Lucy, when did you regain your ability to speak?" "I wonder when that was. Maybe last year." "Then why did you hide it until now?" "Because it was better if you guys continued to believe that I couldn't speak. You and Jack were speaking ill of me earlier, weren't you?" My mother-in-law's face turned pale in an instant. "What do you mean?" she asked. "Yeah, we weren't saying anything bad about you, Lisa," Jack retorted. "That won't work. I recorded everything on my phone. Do you want me to play it back right now?" I countered. My mother-in-law fell silent, but Jack stood up. "Lisa, you've been causing me trouble all this time, and now you're making these outrageous claims," he barked. Jack was the one making absurd claims, so I retaliated. "Once I return back home, I'll immediately contact my lawyer to initiate our divorce procedure. You can't deny the fact that you're on a vacation abroad with another woman. Plus, you described being with me as drawing a blank lottery ticket. So, I expect you to demonstrate sincerity by paying a hefty compensation for that comment," I declared. At my words, my mother-in-law seemed to acknowledge her defeat, and her attitude abruptly changed. "Lisa, dear, I really like you. Please try to get along with Jack. This woman is not involved with Jack," she pleaded. "I'm sorry, but I can't do that. Since I am a blank lottery ticket, I cannot live with Jack. Please enjoy your time with this woman. Oh, and I might also seek compensation from her." "Isn't that exciting?" I smirked. The woman in question turned pale and began to tremble upon hearing my words. Unfazed by the public gaze, Jack fell to his knees and pleaded, "Lisa, I beg you, don't make this a big deal." "My company has strict rules about this," he implored. "What's that?" "You don't sound sorry at all," I replied. Jack appeared taken aback, then tried again. "Lisa, I beg you. Forgive me. If my company finds out, I'll lose my job," he confessed. Though your place sounds better now, I will never forgive you. You are married, and yet here you are on an overseas trip with another woman, I said firmly. Upon hearing my words, my mother-in-law also fell to her knees next to Jack, pleading, "Please forgive my son," tears streaming down her face. By this time, all the other customers were watching us, and the restaurant manager started walking towards our table. Seeing this, I got up and said, "Well, Lucy and I will head back to our room. You all enjoy your Hawaiian vacation. I guess things will get a bit difficult when you get back home." Hearing this, Jack cried out at the top of his lungs, "Please forgive me. I can't afford to pay any compensation." At his loud outburst, the restaurant manager frowned, instructed something to a nearby staff member, and then briskly told Jack something. It was a polite way of telling him that he was disturbing the other guests and needed to leave. However, Jack was taken aback, not understanding the manager's words. Soon, 2 buffed-up security guards arrived and hauled Jack away. Jack was sobbing and struggling, but he was no match for the 2 bulky men. My mother-in-law and the woman were dumbfounded, unable to utter a word, while Lucy and I were also surprised by the turn of events. I thought Jack got what he deserved. A week later, Lucy and I returned home. Jack was quickly released and seemed to have returned to his room. However, I later heard that he had been in a state of shock since returning to his room and had kept to himself until the end of the trip. The day after I returned home, I went to the law firm where my old college friend worked to request a divorce proceeding. Unfortunately, my friend was not present, but a female lawyer was assigned to me, who was very easy to talk to. I was able to explain everything that had happened. After listening to my story, she'd assured me that a divorce was possible, that I could claim alimony, and that she would investigate the woman who was with Jack in Hawaii before determining whether I could claim alimony from her as well. A month later, the female lawyer contacted me and informed me that it had been proved that Jack had been dating the other woman for about 6 months. Hence, she said it was possible for me to demand alimony from this woman too. I requested the female lawyer, "Please squeeze as much alimony as you can from Jack and his woman." She smiled and nodded. 2 months later, I was officially divorced, and into my bank account was deposited the alimony from the 2. I mumbled as I saw the amount, and that's karma for calling me a blank lottery ticket. 3 months later, Jack and my mother-in-law suddenly visited my place. Despite it being only 3 months, they had lost a lot of weight and looked completely haggard. I asked them, "What do you want?" "I don't want to see your faces." Jack replied in a thin voice, "I'm sorry. Could you lend me some money? I've lost my job," and the woman ran away. "I don't even have money for food." My mother-in-law also spoke in a whisper. "I've divorced my husband too. I don't have money. Please, I beg you." My mother-in-law was in tears. I responded, "Too bad. I have absolutely no obligation to help you. And even if I did, I would never help you guys out. Now please leave." After they left, I sprinkled a large amount of salt at my entrance to get rid of bad energy from my house. My sister-in-law, now mute and bedridden, was entrusted to my care by my in-laws, who had decided to take a vacation in Hawaii. Just before departing, my husband Jack made it clear that taking care of her was my responsibility, emphasizing that I shouldn't slack off. As soon as Jack and his family left for their vacation, my sister-in-law, surprisingly, sat up and suggested that we get going too. My name is Lisa, and at 29, I had abandoned my teenage dream of becoming a pop star, realizing its fleeting nature. I ended up in my late 20s, dating Jack, whom I met through a friend, largely due to my mother's persistent desire to see her grandchild. Jack, despite having once aspired to enter the entertainment industry, now worked at a prestigious trading company in downtown Manhattan. After college, I had worked at a bank until I got married, at which point I quit my job. On a visit to Jack's parents' house, I learned about his younger sister Lucy, who, as a child, had contracted encephalitis from influenza, leaving her mute and bedridden due to brain damage. Lucy's mother had primarily cared for her, But surprisingly, Lucy and I got along well, communicating through sign language. Over time, I naturally picked up sign language, and our bond strengthened. Despite this, my mother-in-law, who was quite different from Lucy, was consistently sarcastic and critical of me. Jack and I lived in a condo about 30 minutes away, yet my mother-in-law would occasionally show up unannounced, nitpicking and issuing traditional instructions like keeping Jack's shoes clean and neatly folding laundry. She referred to Jack as Jackie and insisted on outdated practices, such as not going to bed before him, regardless of how late he got home. During our dating and early marriage days, Jack had always been kind and never disagreed with me, despite his mother's influence. Initially, Jack was incredibly considerate. If I mentioned feeling unwell and suggested having dinner outside, he readily agreed. Likewise, if I expressed interest in a designer bag, he would purchase it for me the following month. However, approximately a year into our marriage, Jack began to change, or perhaps reverted to his former self. He started coming home late from work, consistently smelling of alcohol. On weekends, Jack claimed increasing work responsibilities, making him too busy for family time. Oddly, even during visits to his parents' home, he would decline my invitations to join him. Frustrated, I decided to confront him about the growing distance between us. "Jack, you've become so distant lately. It feels like you're a completely different person," I expressed. Jack glared briefly before dismissing my concerns. "That's not true. You're overthinking things," he replied. Unconvinced, I pointed out that he rarely spoke to me anymore. He told me to stop bringing it up and walked away, ending the conversation abruptly. One Sunday, Jack surprised me by announcing he was going home. This was a departure from his usual refusal to have me accompany him on such visits. Eagerly, I offered to join him, expressing a desire to see Lucy as well. Jack's reaction was mixed, and he remarked on our seemingly close friendship. Despite his subtle grimace, I drove us to Jack's family home in Nebraska. Along the way, we stopped at a bakery to buy pastries as a gift. Jack's mother, who typically frowned at my presence, lit up upon receiving the pastries. When we arrived, she greeted us with a frown, as if displeased to see me. Undeterred, I handed her the pastries, and her expression changed like a child receiving a cherished toy. Curious about Jack's father, I inquired about him, learning he was out at a meeting. Jack's mother asked if I needed something, to which I replied that I didn't, just having something on my mind. He replied, "I hadn't heard anything about this from Jack. What's going on? Did you have something to tell your father?" I asked. Jack retorted, "It's none of your business." "What do you mean? We're a married couple, aren't we? Can you just stop nagging?" His mother chimed in, "Exactly. If Jack doesn't want to tell you something, you shouldn't be prying." Recognizing the futility of arguing, I chose not to respond. Just then, Jack's sister appeared. "Oh, Jack, you're here," she said. Jack seized the opportunity, saying, "Sis, perfect timing. I have something to discuss." She inquired, "What is it?" Jack proposed, "I can take a long vacation next month. I was thinking about a family trip to Hawaii." "How about you, sis?" She replied, "I'll pass. I don't have a passport." I was taken aback. Jack, usually busy with work, was suggesting a trip to Hawaii. Concerned, I asked, "Jack, is everything all right with your job?" His mother seemed displeased with my involvement and said, "You shouldn't meddle with decisions Jack has made." "You're really nosy, aren't you?" Jack's mother then revealed the real reason for the meeting. I was to take care of Lucy during their vacation. Though momentarily surprised, I realized staying with Lucy was more appealing than going to Hawaii with my mother-in-law. I agreed to take care of Lucy, but I questioned why they had to bring me all the way there for such a discussion. Jack explained he expected resistance and wanted his mother to convince me forcefully if needed. Dumbfounded, I left the room to go to Lucy's room. Lucy was delighted to see me and asked how I'd been. When I explained Jack asked me to come along to their parents' house, Lucy remarked on Jack's change in behavior. Lucy suggested I stay over, and we had a great time chatting. An hour later, Jack came to get me, and we headed home. Lucy gave me a slight wink, hinting at a shocking truth and an even more shocking plan. A month later, on the day of the Hawaii trip, Jack and I went to his parents' house. Despite not going to Hawaii, I brought luggage to stay with Lucy for a week. As departure neared, the family insisted that taking care of Lucy was my job, and my mother-in-law added, "Please get along well with Lucy. It's better for you to stay here, isn't it? If anything happens to Lucy, it's all your fault." Unfazed, I returned to Lucy's room. At that moment, Lucy sprang up energetically and called out, "Come on, let's get going." This echoed a recent conversation where Lucy revealed she could walk and converse, a secret she had kept since last year. "I suppose, why have you been hiding this from the rest of the family?" Lucy began sharing an unexpected tale, saying, "Actually, my father and mother are both remarried. I'm my dad's child from his previous marriage, and my sister and brother are from my mom's side." Surprised by this revelation, and considering the usual coldness from my mother-in-law towards Lucy, I couldn't help but think, "I thought so. Is that so?" Lucy confirmed, "Yeah, my mom despises me. And I didn't want to talk to her, so I pretended that I couldn't." Curious about her father's knowledge, I asked, "And your father?" Lucy explained, "Dad knows everything. He's always on my side." Understanding the situation, I said, "I see. That's why, regarding this trip to Hawaii, I'm thinking we should go too." Perplexed, I asked, "Huh, what do you mean?" Lucy explained, "I mean, I'm planning to go to Hawaii on the same day with you. We'll even stay at the same resort." Her proposal caught me completely off guard, and I responded, "What? I'd be thrilled to go to Hawaii with you, Lucy. But do you even have a passport?" Confidently, Lucy revealed, "Of course. I secretly got my passport last month. And don't worry about the expenses. My dad is covering our plane tickets and the resort, including yours." Excited about the unexpected turn of events, I said, "I see. I'm really looking forward to this." That's how we ended up at the airport, Lucy and I, arriving in Hawaii early in the morning. My father-in-law, who had been supportive, was there to see us off. Expressing gratitude, I said, "Thank you, father-in-law. I feel guilty for all the plane tickets and resort fees you've covered." He reassured me, saying, "Don't worry about it. As long as you two have fun, I'm happy." After landing, we took a taxi from the airport and checked into the resort hotel. Lucy and I were sharing a room, and as we settled in, I mentioned to Lucy, "Your father seems pretty well-traveled." Lucy shared, "Yeah, he's been on several international business trips. He's even been to Hawaii a few times." Planning a surprise for Jack and the family, Lucy said, "So what's the plan? I'm guessing my mom and everyone will dine at the restaurant here tonight. I'm thinking of surprising them." Excited about the idea, I replied, "That sounds like fun. I'm excited. Should we get some rest to recover from jet lag?" Lucy agreed. "That sounds like a good idea." Unable to sleep on the plane, we took a shower, climbed into bed, and quickly fell asleep. Waking up around late afternoon, Lucy was already awake and starting to wear makeup. Apologizing for sleeping too much, I reassured her, "No, don't worry about it. I just woke up too. We really had a good sleep, didn't we? Fully recharged and ready for our battle." Around 7 o'clock, I suggested, "I'll go and check the restaurant." As I looked for Jack and his party, I found them dining joyfully from the shadows near the entrance. Venturing deeper into the restaurant, I spotted the back of a young woman I didn't recognize. This puzzled me, as there hadn't been such a woman when they left Jack's parents' house. Straining my ears, I could intermittently hear Jack and my mother-in-law's voices. "I'm glad it's not that woman today. Yeah, I really drew the short straw. She's tainted my family record. If only we had an elegant daughter like her from the start. I want to divorce her and start fresh soon. Try to find a reason for the divorce and extract hefty alimony from that woman. Even without a cause for the divorce, it's fine. I can fabricate as many as I want. She's so bad that I want to throw her in the trash. I want to see my grandchild from you and her." My mother-in-law was giving the woman a smile she had never shown me before. I was driven by the urge to step forward and see the woman's fate, but I held it in. I returned to my room and told Lucy that it took a while. "I'm sorry, I saw something shocking. Jack brought a woman that I've never seen before." "What?" I was about to scream. Jack and my mother-in-law were continuously bad-mouthing me, and Jack even said he would find a reason for divorce. That's terrible. Jack called me a bad catch, but seeing him with another woman, I felt relieved. Now I can divorce him outright. That's a good thing. Shall we make our entrance then? Lucy and I headed towards the restaurant hall. When we entered the restaurant, we requested to sit near Jack's table and were able to get a seat quite close to them. They didn't notice our arrival as we were sitting quite close. We could hear their conversation, which was still filled with derogatory comments about me. I was amazed and ended up giving a bitter smile at how they could badmouth me indefinitely. Seeing my face, Lucy gave a nod with a smile, a cue for us to begin our counterattack. I stood up from my seat, stepped forward towards Jack, and shouted, "Are you all having a good time?" I'll never forget the look on Jack and my mother-in-law's faces at that moment. Their mouths agape and eyes wide open, they froze for a few seconds. After a few seconds, my mother-in-law finally spoke. "Why are you here? And how did Lucy get here without a wheelchair?" At her words, Lucy stood up, gave my mother-in-law a smile, and said, "I don't need a wheelchair. Thanks to you, my body and speech have returned to normal. I must have caused you quite a bit of trouble for a long time." "Lucy, when did you regain your ability to speak?" "I wonder when that was. Maybe last year." "Then why did you hide it until now?" "Because it was better if you guys continued to believe that I couldn't speak. You and Jack were speaking ill of me earlier, weren't you?" My mother-in-law's face turned pale in an instant. "What do you mean?" she asked. "Yeah, we weren't saying anything bad about you, Lisa," Jack retorted. "That won't work. I recorded everything on my phone. Do you want me to play it back right now?" I countered. My mother-in-law fell silent, but Jack stood up. "Lisa, you've been causing me trouble all this time, and now you're making these outrageous claims," he barked. Jack was the one making absurd claims, so I retaliated. "Once I return back home, I'll immediately contact my lawyer to initiate our divorce procedure. You can't deny the fact that you're on a vacation abroad with another woman. Plus, you described being with me as drawing a blank lottery ticket. So, I expect you to demonstrate sincerity by paying a hefty compensation for that comment," I declared. At my words, my mother-in-law seemed to acknowledge her defeat, and her attitude abruptly changed. "Lisa, dear, I really like you. Please try to get along with Jack. This woman is not involved with Jack," she pleaded. "I'm sorry, but I can't do that. Since I am a blank lottery ticket, I cannot live with Jack. Please enjoy your time with this woman. Oh, and I might also seek compensation from her." "Isn't that exciting?" I smirked. The woman in question turned pale and began to tremble upon hearing my words. Unfazed by the public gaze, Jack fell to his knees and pleaded, "Lisa, I beg you, don't make this a big deal." "My company has strict rules about this," he implored. "What's that?" "You don't sound sorry at all," I replied. Jack appeared taken aback, then tried again. "Lisa, I beg you, forgive me. If my company finds out, I'll lose my job," he confessed. "Though your place sounds better now, I will never forgive you. You are married, and yet here you are on an overseas trip with another woman," I said firmly. Upon hearing my words, my mother-in-law also fell to her knees next to Jack, pleading, "Please forgive my son," tears streaming down her face. By this time, all the other customers were watching us, and the restaurant manager started walking towards our table. Seeing this, I got up and said, "Well, Lucy and I will head back to our room. You all enjoy your Hawaiian vacation. I guess things will get a bit difficult when you get back home." Hearing this, Jack cried out at the top of his lungs, "Please forgive me. I can't afford to pay any compensation." At his loud outburst, The restaurant manager frowned, instructed something to a nearby staff member, and then briskly told Jack something. It was a polite way of telling him that he was disturbing the other guests and needed to leave. However, Jack was taken aback, not understanding the manager's words. Soon, 2 buffed-up security guards arrived and hauled Jack away. Jack was sobbing and struggling, but he was no match for the 2 bulky men. My mother-in-law and the woman were dumbfounded, unable to utter a word, while Lucy and I were also surprised by the turn of events. I thought Jack got what he deserved. A week later, Lucy and I returned home. Jack was quickly released and seemed to have returned to his room. However, I later heard that he had been in a state of shock since returning to his room and had kept to himself until the end of the trip. The day after I returned home, I went to the law firm where my old college friend worked to request a divorce proceeding. Unfortunately, my friend was not present, but a female lawyer was assigned to me, who was very easy to talk to. I was able to explain everything that had happened. After listening to my story, she'd assured me that a divorce was possible, that I could claim alimony, and that she would investigate the woman who was with Jack in Hawaii before determining whether I could claim alimony from her as well. A month later, the female lawyer contacted me and informed me that it had been proved that Jack had been dating the other woman for about 6 months. Hence, she said it was possible for me to demand alimony from this woman too. I requested the female lawyer, "Please squeeze as much alimony as you can from Jack and his woman." She smiled and nodded. 2 months later, I was officially divorced, and into my bank account was deposited the alimony from the 2. I mumbled as I saw the amount, and that's karma for calling me a blank lottery ticket. 3 months later, Jack and my mother-in-law suddenly visited my place. Despite it being only 3 months, they had lost a lot of weight and looked completely haggard. I asked them, "What do you want? I don't want to see your faces." Jack replied in a thin voice, "I'm sorry. Could you lend me some money? I've lost my job." And the woman ran away. I don't even have money for food. My mother-in-law also spoke in a whisper. I've divorced my husband too. I don't have money. Please, I beg you. My mother-in-law was in tears. I responded, "Too bad. I have absolutely no obligation to help you. And even if I did, I would never help you guys out. Now please leave." After they left, I sprinkled a large amount of salt at my entrance to get rid of bad energy from my house.
The detective slid the note across the interrogation room table, his eyes studying my face for any sign of guilt. "Mrs. Mitchell, would you like to explain this?" I looked down at my husband Jack's familiar handwriting. "If you're reading this, I'm dead. My wife Rebecca killed me. She's been planning it for months. Don't let her get away with this." My hands didn't shake as I pushed the paper back. "I'd like to explain something, Detective Harris," I said calmly, "but probably not what you're expecting. It had been 3 days since Jack disappeared. 3 days since they found his car abandoned by the river, blood splattered across the driver's seat. 3 days of watching my sister Rachel play the part of the devastated sister-in-law, while secretly helping the police build their case against me. What they didn't know was that I'd been building my own case for months." "Go ahead, Mrs. Mitchell," Detective Harris said, leaning back in his chair. "We're all ears." I opened my purse and pulled out a USB drive. "Before I give you this, I need you to understand something. I'm not just going to tell you what happened to Jack. I'm going to show you how he and my sister planned this whole thing, and how they messed up in ways they never imagined." The detective's eyebrows rose slightly. "You're saying your husband faked his own death?" "Yes," I replied, and tried to frame me for it so he and my sister could start a new life together with his life insurance money. But they made one crucial mistake. They underestimated me. My name is Rebecca Mitchell. I'm 34 years old, and until 3 days ago, I was married to a man who thought he could destroy my life and get away with it. But I'm also a forensic accountant, and if there's one thing I know, it's that numbers don't lie, even when people do. 6 months earlier, I was working late at my office, combing through financial records for a client when I noticed something odd in my own bank statements. A series of small transfers, carefully spread out to avoid detection, moving money from our joint account to an unknown destination. Most people wouldn't have caught it. The amounts were tiny, $50 here, $75 there, but they added up. Over 3 months, nearly $15,000 had disappeared. I didn't confront Jack immediately. Instead, I did what I do best. I followed the money. The transfers led me to a private account, and from there to a trail of receipts that told a story I wasn't prepared for. Hotel rooms booked under my sister's name. Dinner reservations for 2 at restaurants where Jack claimed he had business meetings. A down payment on a small apartment across town. But the real punch to the gut. A receipt for an engagement ring, purchased 2 weeks earlier. I sat in my dark office that night, staring at the evidence on my computer screen, and made a decision. I wouldn't confront them, not yet. Instead, I would document everything, build an ironclad case, and wait to see what they were planning. I didn't have to wait long. "Honey," Jack said one evening over dinner, his voice carefully casual. "What would you think about increasing my life insurance policy?" I looked up from my plate, keeping my expression neutral. "Oh, why's that?" He shrugged, not meeting my eyes. "Just thinking about the future, making sure you're taken care of if anything happens to me." I watched him push food around his plate, noting how his left hand trembled slightly, a tell he'd had since I met him. He was lying, and he was nervous about it. "Sure," I said softly. "That makes sense." The policy was increased to $2 million the next day. I started keeping a second set of books. Rachel came over more often after that, playing the role of the caring sister. She'd bring coffee, ask about my day, all while helping her lover plan my destruction. "You work too hard," she said one afternoon, perched on the edge of my desk at home. "You should take a break, maybe go visit Mom for a few days." I smiled, thinking of the hidden camera I'd installed in my home office. "Maybe soon. Things are pretty busy right now." She touched my shoulder, and I wondered if she felt any guilt at all. "You know I'm always here for you, right?" "I know," I replied, and I did know. I knew exactly what she was there for. The pieces of their plan became clearer each day. The life insurance policy, the secret apartment, the carefully orchestrated paper trail making me look unstable, jealous, potentially violent. They thought they were being clever, but they left traces everywhere. Burner phones with texts not quite deleted. Receipts for chemical supplies that could make Jack's blood appear to be in larger quantities than it was. Research on their shared laptop about dissolving bodies in lye. I documented everything, backing up files, photographing evidence, building my case methodically while they built their trap. The day before Jack disappeared, he kissed me goodbye like any other morning. "Love you," he said. And I wondered if he felt anything at all as he said those words. "Love you too," I replied, knowing it would be the last time I said it. 24 hours later, his car was found by the river, and my sister was at my door with tears in her eyes. "Becca," she sobbed, pulling me into a hug. "They found Jack's car. There's so much blood." I held her, feeling her tears soak into my shoulder, and thought about the camera in my necklace recording every moment of her performance. Now, sitting across from Detective Harris, I plugged the USB drive into his computer. "Everything you need is here," I said quietly. Bank records, photos, videos, communications between them planning this whole thing. And most importantly, proof that Jack is very much alive. The detective's eyes widened as he scrolled through the files. "Mrs. Mitchell, this is extensive." "I'm thorough," I said simply. "It's why I'm good at my job. It's also why they're going to regret ever thinking they could outsmart me." Harris looked up from the screen, his expression shifting from skepticism to something like respect. "Where do you think they are now?" I allowed myself a small smile. "Oh, I know exactly where they are. And in about 20 minutes, so will you?" Detective Harris stared at his computer screen, scrolling through the mountain of evidence I collected. "According to these records, your husband purchased one-way tickets to Mexico 2 days ago. Cabo San Lucas," I confirmed. "He and Rachel are staying at the Villa del Arco Resort. Room 412, booked under the name James Cooper, his favorite alias. They used my money to pay for it." The detective's brow furrowed. "Your money? Remember those small transfers I mentioned?" They weren't as clever as they thought. While they were stealing from our joint account, I was tracking every penny. Last week, I moved most of our assets to a private account, one they can't access. I pulled up my phone and showed him the resort's live webcam feed. There, lounging by the infinity pool, were Jack and Rachel, probably celebrating their successful escape. They think they've won, I continued. That I'm here being interrogated for murder while they start their new life. They have no idea I've been 10 steps ahead of them this whole time. Harris picked up his phone, already dialing. I'll contact the Mexican authorities immediately. Before you do that, I said, holding up a hand, there's something else you should see. I reached into my bag and pulled out a thick manila envelope. Inside were documents that would ensure Jack and Rachel's downfall wasn't just complete, it was spectacular. These are records of every illegal transaction Jack has made through his company over the past 5 years. Tax evasion, money laundering, fraud. I've been collecting evidence since I first suspected something was wrong in our marriage. The detective's eyes widened as he flipped through the pages. Mrs. Mitchell, this could put him away for decades. I know, I said quietly. And Rachel too. She's been helping him cook the books since she became his company's accountant 2 years ago. That's how their affair started. I thought back to the day I hired the private investigator who photographed them together outside that hotel. I'd known then, watching them laugh and kiss like teenagers, that my marriage was over. But I'd needed more than just proof of their affair. I needed to understand the full scope of their betrayal. There's something I don't understand, Harris said, looking up from the documents. Why didn't you confront them when you first discovered the affair? Why go through all this? I leaned back in my chair, choosing my words carefully. Detective, have you ever been betrayed by the 2 people you trusted most in the world? He shook his head. I grew up with Rachel. She was more than my sister, she was my best friend. And Jack, I loved him completely. When I realized they were sleeping together, it broke something in me. But when I discovered they were planning to frame me for murder, that they wanted to destroy my life so they could start over with my money, I paused, letting the weight of it sink in. That's when I decided they needed to learn a lesson about underestimating me. Harris nodded slowly. And the blood in Jack's car? Pig blood, I replied. Bought from a butcher shop last week. They needed it to look convincing. The receipt is on the USB drive, along with security camera footage of Rachel purchasing it. Just then, Harris's phone buzzed. He answered, listened for a moment, then looked at me with raised eyebrows. Mexican authorities have them in custody, he said. They tried to run when the police showed up, but didn't get far. They're being held for questioning until we can arrange extradition. I felt a weight lift from my shoulders, not relief exactly, but satisfaction. Let me guess. They're both claiming they have no idea what's going on. Harris nodded. Jack's demanding to speak with the American embassy. Says he's the victim of a misunderstanding. I couldn't help but laugh. Show him the suicide note. The one where he claims I killed him. I'm sure the embassy will be very interested in how a murder victim managed to write a note from beyond the grave. Mrs. Mitchell, Harris said, his tone serious. You do realize you'll have to testify against both of them. This won't be easy. Nothing about this has been easy, detective, I replied. But I've spent 6 months preparing for this moment. I'm ready. As if on cue, my phone lit up with a text from Rachel. Becca, please. This isn't what you think. We can explain everything. I showed the message to Harris, who shook his head in disbelief. They still think they can talk their way out of this. They've always underestimated me, I said, deleting the message without responding. It's why we're here, and they're in a Mexican jail. The next few hours were a blur of statements and paperwork. I walked the detective through every piece of evidence, every document, every recording. By the time we finished, the sun was setting over the city. We'll need you to come back tomorrow, Harris said as I gathered my things. There's more paperwork to fill out, and we'll need formal statements about everything. I nodded, suddenly exhausted. The adrenaline that had carried me through the past 3 days was wearing off, leaving me drained. One more thing, Harris added as I reached the door. How did you stay so calm through all of this? Most people would have fallen apart. I turned back to face him. Detective, when someone tries to destroy you, you have 2 choices. You can break down, or you can become unbreakable. I chose the latter. As I walked out of the police station that evening, my phone buzzed again. This time it was Jack. his number showing up as unknown. "I know you're behind this," his message read. "You've ruined everything. How could you do this to us?" I stared at the words, marveling at his audacity. Even now, caught in his own trap, he was trying to make me the villain. I typed out a response. "No, Jack. You and Rachel ruined everything when you decided to frame me for murder. I just made sure you faced the consequences." Then I blocked his number, got in my car, and drove home to the house that was now mine alone. I woke the next morning to breaking news headlines splashed across my phone. Local businessman and sister-in-law arrested in murder hoax. The story was everywhere, complete with their mugshots from Mexican custody. Jack looked shell-shocked, his normally perfect hair disheveled. Rachel's makeup was streaked with tears. Within hours, my phone was flooded with messages from friends, family, and coworkers. Everyone wanted to know how I was holding up, how I'd discovered their plan, whether I'd seen the signs before it was too late. I ignored them all and drove to the police station for my formal statement. Detective Harris was waiting with a cup of coffee and a thick stack of papers. "You've caused quite a stir, Mrs. Mitchell. The DA is very interested in this case." "I imagine he is," I replied, settling into the chair across from him. "How are our lovebirds doing in Mexico?" "Not well," he said, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. "They're being extradited today. Jack's company board has already voted to remove him as CEO, and they're launching their own investigation into the financial crimes you uncovered." I nodded, unsurprised. "They'll find more. Jack's been embezzling for years. I only scratched the surface in my investigation." "About that," Harris leaned forward. "How did you know to start looking into his finances in the first place?" I took a sip of coffee, remembering the moment everything changed. It was something Rachel said at Christmas last year. We were talking about Jack's company, and she mentioned how clever he was with creative accounting. The way she said it, there was this intimacy in her voice, like she was proud of him. That's when I knew. Knew they were having an affair. Knew they were up to something bigger, I corrected. The affair was just part of it. They were planning something, and I needed to find out what. As I finished giving my statement, Harris's phone buzzed. He checked it and looked up at me. "They've landed. Want to watch their perk walk?" I considered it for a moment. "No," I said finally. "I have somewhere else to be." That somewhere was Jack's company headquarters, where I had an appointment with the board of directors. They needed to understand the full scope of what Jack had done, and how I could help them fix it. I spent 3 hours walking them through the evidence, explaining how Jack had manipulated the books, where the missing money had gone. By the time I finished, they had offered me a consulting contract to help clean up the mess. "Mrs. Mitchell," the board chairman said as I prepared to leave, "I have to ask. Why didn't you come forward sooner?" I met his gaze steadily, because I needed to understand everything first. Not just the affairs or the fraud, but who they really were. What they were capable of. He nodded thoughtfully. "And now?" "Now they can face the consequences of their actions," I said simply. "All of them." The preliminary hearing was set for the following week. I sat in the courtroom, watching as Jack and Rachel were led in wearing orange jumpsuits. They wouldn't look at me, but I could see them whispering to each other when they thought no one was watching. Their lawyers tried to paint it as a lover's mistake, a momentary lapse in judgment. But the evidence was overwhelming. The fraud charges alone carried a minimum sentence of 15 years. The attempted framing, the insurance fraud, the theft, it all added up. When it was my turn to testify, I walked to the stand with my head held high. Jack finally looked at me then, his eyes pleading for mercy. Rachel stared at her hands, shoulders shaking with quiet sobs. "Mrs. Mitchell," the prosecutor began, "please tell the court how you discovered your husband and sister's plan." I took a deep breath and began to speak. I told them everything. The suspicious transfers, the secret meetings, the carefully orchestrated plan to frame me for murder. With each word, I watched Jack and Rachel shrink further into themselves. "And what made you decide to gather evidence rather than confront them immediately?" the prosecutor asked. I looked directly at Jack as I answered. "Because they thought I was weak. They thought I was so blinded by love and trust that I wouldn't see what was right in front of me. They underestimated me, and that was their biggest mistake." The trial lasted 2 weeks. In the end, Jack was sentenced to 20 years for fraud, conspiracy, and attempted insurance fraud. Rachel got 12 years for her role in the scheme. They were both ordered to repay the money they'd stolen, plus damages. As they were led away, Rachel turned to me one last time. "I'm sorry, Becca," she whispered. "I never meant for it to go this far." I didn't respond. Her words meant nothing now. Outside the courthouse, reporters clamored for a statement. I gave them one sentence: the truth always comes out. That evening, I sat alone in my home office, looking at old photos of happier times. My wedding day, family vacations, holidays where we all smiled and pretended everything was perfect. I took each photo out of its frame and dropped them into a box marked "Donate." My phone buzzed with a text from Detective Harris. "You okay?" I thought about his question carefully before responding. Was I okay? My husband and sister were in prison. My family was shattered. My life had been completely upended. But I was still standing, still fighting, still winning. "Yes," I texted back. "I'm more than okay. I'm free." I closed my laptop, turned off the lights, and walked out of the office. Tomorrow, I would start my new consulting job. Next week, I would look at houses in a new neighborhood. In a month, I would take that vacation to Italy I'd always dreamed about. But tonight, I would sleep peacefully, knowing that I had turned their betrayal into my triumph. They had tried to write my ending, but I had written my own beginning instead.
In this riveting narrative, Jessica, a woman who has endured years of abuse at the hands of her husband Nicholas, makes a courageous decision to escape with her son John in pursuit of a safer and happier life. Their journey leads them to an abandoned house nestled in the woods, where they encounter Thomas, a man with his own troubled past. As Jessica and Thomas share their harrowing stories, an unspoken bond forms between them, offering hope and protection. Meanwhile, Nicholas, consumed by rage, embarks on a vengeful quest to track down his fleeing wife. This compelling tale promises to delve into themes of survival, the resilience of the human spirit, and the transformative power of newfound love. To stay updated on this gripping exploration, be sure to subscribe to the channel, give us a like, and leave your comments. And now, we enter the next chapter of Jessica's story. Jessica anxiously waited for Nicholas to drive out of the yard before springing into action. She hurriedly entered her son John's room, urging him to prepare for their imminent departure. Tearfully, John questioned their destination, to which Jessica replied with uncertainty. "I don't know yet, John. Just somewhere far away from here." As mother and son swiftly gathered essentials, a palpable sense of urgency hung in the air. John, looking up at his mother, asked, "Mom, are we going to get away from Daddy, so he won't hurt you anymore?" With determination in her eyes, Jessica reassured him, "Yes, sweetheart. We just have to hurry and get as far away as possible while he's gone." "Mommy, are you sure he won't find us?" "We'll do our best, John. When he does find us, we'll be safe," Jessica whispered as she packed a backpack with only the essentials. Taking out her passport and her son's papers, she intentionally left her cell phone behind, knowing Nicholas could use it to track them. Jessica's financial dependence on Nicholas complicated their escape. He controlled everything, from the money to her ability to work. The once seemingly reliable and good Nicholas had revealed his true colors after John's birth, becoming an abusive force in their lives. As the abuse escalated, Jessica's hope for a better future diminished, and she finally decided it was time to escape. The catalyst for their flight was a brutal incident where Nicholas, in a fit of rage, not only beat Jessica, but also struck John. It was the breaking point for Jessica. Realizing they needed to escape before things worsened, she planned to file for divorce and established a new life before Nicholas could locate them. As they left the cottage village, Jessica and John walked briskly toward the bus stop. However, at the last moment, Jessica changed her mind, opting to catch the bus elsewhere. As they reached the edge of the forest, memories flooded back of a time they had run through these woods, emerging on the other side of town. An hour later, A significant chapter in their journey awaited them. They boarded the bus, exhausted yet content. Without bothering to check its destination, they traveled a short distance. 4 stops initially, and then a few more. Now, they found themselves at a gazebo-marked stop, surrounded by emptiness. Jessica overheard the bus mentioning that the village wasn't far, a pleasant journey through the woods taking about 15 minutes or a road trip lasting 30 to 40 minutes. Driven by weariness, they moved towards the forest. The need for shelter and rest became apparent. Jessica planned to approach someone for assistance, spend a peaceful night, and then figure out their next steps. However, the forest thickened, growing taller and darker. As dusk approached, Jessica contemplated spending the night in the woods. To her relief, the forest eventually gave way to a clearing, revealing a solitary house. Large, well-built, but seemingly abandoned. Curiosity mixed with caution, Jessica and John approached the house. Despite its exterior appearance, the inside was surprisingly orderly. Jessica decided against disturbing anything, acknowledging the possibility of an owner. They ate the sandwiches from home, and John, exhausted, drifted into a deep sleep. While lying awake, Jessica listened to the unfamiliar night sounds. However, a disturbing dream gripped her, fading as she awoke to an unsettling noise, the refrigerator door opening. Panic set in as she noticed a light emanating from the kitchen, unnoticed before. Jessica, sensing a potential threat, faced the dilemma of negotiating their safety or attempting to leave unnoticed. She stood up slowly, surveying the situation, and then looked at her sleeping son. The kitchen door swung open, revealing a big man with a beard and goggle eyes, about a decade older than her. Realizing her predicament, Jessica pleaded, "Please forgive us. We thought the house was abandoned, and we just got lost. We'll leave as soon as it's light." The man, seemingly amused, closed the door partially, allowing him to observe John. Concerned for her safety, Jessica stepped forward cautiously, admitting they were lost and telling her story. The man, introduced as Thomas, listened attentively, and Jessica, realizing the importance of honesty, shared her narrative without reservation. In that moment, she recognized the necessity of escaping her past much earlier. Thomas, intrigued, prompted her to continue when she finished. He inquired, "I understand correctly, you have nowhere to go." Jessica nodded, "Yes, but don't worry, we'll leave in the morning." He smirked again, his blue eyes meeting hers. "Where to, if it's no secret?" "To some village. We'll ask for a place to stay, and maybe I'll find some work in the village," Jessica replied hesitantly. He chuckled. "What's wrong? If you don't know, there hasn't been a job in the village for 15 years. Well, go to bed. I'll sleep in the room. There's the door. Tomorrow we'll think about it, and tonight we'll rest." He turned around but quickly returned, handing her a blanket. "Here, take a blanket. It'll be chilly by morning, freeze the baby." Jessica accepted the blanket and went to the bed where John was sleeping. Strangely, her soul felt calmed. Fear replaced by a newfound sense that they were not alone, that they were protected. In the morning, Jessica woke up with the sun already high. John was not in bed. Panic gripped her momentarily until she saw her son outside with Thomas, cleaning up the rows of cut grass. John was smiling and chatting with Thomas as if they had known each other for ages. Jessica stepped onto the porch. "Good morning." John beamed. "Mommy, you're up." "Mom, you have no idea. Uncle Thomas promised to take me fishing." Jessica anxiously looked at her son. "What fishing trip?" "We have to keep going, Mom. Can't we stay a few days? Uncle Thomas says we can stay." Thomas approached. "You're not in a hurry, are you? Your boy's never been fishing in his life." Jessica wanted to protest, but she held back. Thomas sighed. "John and I have already had breakfast, but we probably won't say no to tea." As Jessica prepared breakfast and lunch, Thomas and John took care of tasks outside. When she stepped out, she was astounded. The once overgrown house and yard were now neat and tidy. Thomas explained, "There's no place for the child to play ball, and there might be a snake lurking in the grass." He took out a beautiful ball from the barn and said, "Let's get you a date, John. I can't play with you all the time." In the evening, after John fell asleep, Jessica and Thomas sat down in the kitchen to drink tea. Curious, Jessica asked, "Thomas, if you don't want to answer, I understand. But still, what are you doing here? You don't look like a countryman." Thomas smiled. "It didn't work out, did it? Oh, I tried so hard. My story is as banal as yours. My wife cheated on me with my best friend." Jessica gasped. "You killed them, and now you're hiding." Thomas looked at her in surprise, then laughed. "What a fantasy. No, I didn't kill anyone. I was just too hurt by the double betrayal to take a break. So I arrived here. This house used to be my grandfather's. He was a forester here," Thomas said, a touch of sadness in his smile. "It's good to have a place to hide. I don't have a place." "Then stay. There's plenty of room for everyone. It's not far. A 10-minute walk from the village. I'll show you," he offered. Jessica didn't say anything. It all sounded promising, but living without money seemed impossible. They would eat Thomas's food, and then what? A week passed quickly, then another. One day, Jessica approached Thomas. "Thomas, how long can we sit on your neck? I have to do something. I have to find a place to go, a place to work, a place to live. You can't babysit us all the time." Meanwhile, John was doing well, putting the ball in the goal, oblivious to their conversation. Thomas replied, "It's not like I'm chasing you, but I totally understand. Why don't we all go back to the city together? I've got a big apartment. You can have your own room while you get settled." Jessica looked at him fearfully, but that's where Nicholas is. "Exactly. Are you going to spend the rest of your life hiding from him in the woods? That's not the point. What about John? He's going to school this year. He needs to socialize with his peers." 3 days later, they moved back to the town with Thomas. Jessica wasn't sure if it was the right decision, but Thomas was telling the truth. She couldn't spend her whole life in hiding. When Jessica had initially shared her story with Thomas that first night in the forest home, she hadn't gone into detail about Nicholas's abuse. However, when they lived together, she opened up about the extent of the torment. Thomas clenched his fists, white-knuckled with rage, vowing never to let Nicholas harm Jessica or John again. That night, Jessica cried in Thomas's arms, releasing years of humiliation and fear. She felt lighter and calmer, knowing she now had a guardian angel in Thomas. Over time, John and Thomas grew close. In the city, they spent quality time together, as Thomas promised, taking John fishing and teaching him valuable life skills. They went on camping and fishing trips, forming a strong male friendship. Nicholas eventually found Jessica a few months later, but by then, Jessica had a newfound support system in Thomas. She loved it so much that she filed for divorce as soon as she arrived. Thomas was far from poor. He had his own business, and although it was a big apartment, they didn't see each other much because Thomas was often away at work. Jessica ran to the store and bought some fish. Thomas gave her money for household expenses, which she thought was too much, but he laughed, saying that he spent a lot more on dinners in restaurants because he couldn't cook. She was almost to the driveway when a familiar voice called out to her, "Jessica, wait a minute." She stumbled, terror sweeping over her. She recognized the voice immediately. It belonged to her husband, Nicholas. Jessica slowly turned around. Nicholas stood next to her, his eyes narrowed, indicating an intense level of rage. "Why are you acting so bad, wifey, or have you relaxed? Didn't I bring you up enough?" He clenched his fists, and Jessica squirmed, covering her face with her hands. She heard some kind of slap, then a loud thud, but there was no punch. Cautiously, she opened her eyes. Nicholas was lying on the ground, with Thomas towering over him. "Remember, weakling, if I ever see you near her or Jan again, I will bury you in the asphalt. You got it? Who are you? Who the hell are you?" Thomas pulled out a business card and shoved it into Nicholas's pocket. "I'm the man who will keep them safe forever." He turned around, took the bag from Jessica's hands, and pushed her toward the entryway. Jessica walked and smiled. She had such hope. She was even afraid to admit to herself that she had fallen in love with Thomas. Like the girl in front of the door, he asked. When's the divorce? In 5 days. We have to get married, you realize? Thomas spoke in a long and rambling voice. Jessica turned to him and gave him a quick kiss. I agree. Thomas looked up, frozen, then asked, And you won't be disgusted to live with me? I'm talking about real life. Jessica laughed. How could it be disgusting with someone you love, Tom? Thomas was a little confused, then dropped the package and picked her up in his arms. Are you serious? I didn't even dare to dream of such a thing. Shortly after, Jessica and Thomas married. They had a daughter named Anna, and John, now a big brother, was very proud. Nicholas didn't cause any more problems. It seemed he had found a new victim and was now preoccupied with her. Jessica continued to work, coming home to her loving husband and 2 children. Thomas tried to spend as much time with his family as possible. When John went to school, he made many friends, and Thomas and Jessica enjoyed watching their son grow up to be a healthy and fun-loving child. A few years later, another son was born to them. Now both the baby and Anna ran after their older brother, and John willingly played with them. Jessica thanked fate for this new life full of love and family warmth. Next to Thomas, she truly blossomed and believed in herself and her strength. After Nicholas ran into Thomas at Jessica's doorstep, he didn't show up for a while. A couple of months later, Jessica happened to see him on the street. Nicholas was walking with his arm around a skinny girl in her 20s. Jessica realized, from her frightened look, that this poor girl had fallen into the clutches of a tyrant and a domestic abuser. Jessica and Thomas had seen Nicholas several times with different women. Apparently, he would find a victim, marry her, and then, when she ran away, look for the next unfortunate one. When John grew up, Jessica once talked to him about his former father. It turned out he tried to get in touch with his son a couple of times, but John stayed away from the guy. He loved his real dad, Thomas. The last time they heard from Nicholas was about 5 years ago. They say he married some rich widow. I guess he got lucky, and now he may not be looking for another victim, but just enjoying life at her expense. After Nicholas married the rich widow, he was happy to first. Finally, life was getting better, no money problems, no need to work, just enjoying himself. However, over time, it turned out that his new spouse was an overbearing, dominant woman who constantly humiliated and insulted Nicholas, forcing him to fulfill humiliating whims. He tolerated all her antics because she made a will in his favor. Therefore, Nicholas hoped to endure and, after her death, get a rich inheritance. For the sake of this, he was ready to bear any humiliation from his own wife. However, in the end, such a life broke Nicholas. He drank himself to sleep, almost lost his mind from constant abuse, and then the widow changed her mind, amending the will and depriving her husband of the right of inheritance. In the end, Nicholas was left with nothing. The cruel, dominant spouse threw him out on the street, taking all his money and property. The boomerang of his misdeeds came back and ruined Nicholas's own life. As John grew older, it was hard for him to realize and believe what his own father, Nicholas, had once done. He heard stories from his mom about the beatings and humiliations she suffered from this cruel and heartless man. John couldn't understand how it was possible to beat and torture his own wife, the mother of his child. When John was about 12 years old, Jessica carefully told him about the incident when Nicholas had hit him, a little boy, and how he had thrown him to the corner of the room when John had stood up for his mom. Goosebumps ran down John's spine at the realization of that horror and pain. He couldn't believe for a long time that it was his own father doing that. A man who was supposed to love, protect, and defend his family, but instead caused them unbearable suffering. John was truly grateful to fate that he had another man by his side now. His dad, Thomas, sensitive, responsive, and so dear. It was him that John considered a real father and role model. When they were already a happy and friendly family, Jessica suggested that they go together to that abandoned cabin in the woods where they had once found shelter. The whole family happily agreed. They arrived in the woods, found a clearing with a house that looked abandoned as well. Stepping inside, Jessica and Thomas felt nostalgic, remembering their first meeting. For the boys, it was an exciting adventure to spend the night as a family in an old house in the middle of the woods. They listened with delight to their parents' stories about those events, how Mom and Dad met and fell in love. In those days, there was an atmosphere of unity, warmth, and love in the forest. In the evenings, everyone sat around the fire, baked sausages, told stories, and played games. One day, a thunderstorm suddenly began. Heavy clouds covered the sky, a strong wind blew, and then there was a real hurricane. It seemed that the old house was about to collapse from the gusts of wind. Thunder rumbled, lightning flashed. The children huddled fearfully around their parents, but Thomas was not confused. He calmed everyone down and took them to the safest room in the house. Then he boarded up the windows and doors to keep the drafts out. When the storm subsided a little, Thomas lit the fireplace, and the house became cozy. Thomas got chocolate, marshmallows, and flashlights out of his backpack. They had an impromptu picnic right on the living room floor. The kids were so grateful to Thomas. Thanks to his resourcefulness and courage, everyone stayed safe and sound. Now the story of how the head of the family saved everyone has become a family legend. The story of the hurricane. Once again, it clearly demonstrated to Jessica the fundamental difference between Thomas and her ex-husband Nicholas. In a critical situation, Nicholas only swore and blamed everyone around him. He never sacrificed his comfort for the well-being of his family. Thomas, on the other hand, did not hesitate to risk himself to shelter and save his loved ones. He acted decisively and rationally. His coolness and resourcefulness were admirable. After everything that had happened, Jessica was firmly convinced that with Thomas, she and the children would be safe. With him, they could survive any hardships and storms because he is a real man, a pillar of safety and security for the family. When compared to spineless Nicholas, it's just night and day. With Thomas, Jessica found real peace of mind, love, and care. She thanked fate for this meeting every day. This trip brought the whole family together even more. When they returned home, rested and happy, they remembered this unforgettable adventure for a long time and thanked the abandoned house that had once been the beginning of their new family. This is the last present I will ever give you. My husband shoves divorce papers to me. I've decided to marry someone else. So thank you for being a cash dispenser until now. The guy I have been with for so many years turns out to be a horrible person. This is a story of my revenge. My name is Jessica. I'm turning 50 this year. In fact, tomorrow is a little special day. I'll be living in debt for a long time and will finally finish paying it off. My husband Lance and I have worked really hard together. We got married 20 years ago. I was 30 and he was 35. He ran a liquor store that he inherited from his parents who had passed away. I, on the other hand, was an office worker. We met through an acquaintance and started dating with marriage in mind. I had one concern back then. What if he asked me to run the store with him? I was working as a financial consultant who advised on insurance and investment to individual and corporate clients at the time. I was getting paid better than average 30-year-olds and loved my job. I was studying for certification to take my career to the next level when he proposed to me. He said, "I know you have been working hard to get the certification. I want to support you in any way I can. I have enough staff at the store so I can manage it myself. You should pursue your dreams." His assurance was a catalyst for my decision to marry him. He was benevolent and always on my side. I truly wanted to build a life with such a man. As we agreed in the beginning, he focused on his business, and I focused on my work. We thought that our marriage was going well. About a year into it, he went to work, and I was spending my day off at home. When I was vacuuming under the bed, it caught a lot of papers. It had been less than 6 months since we moved in. I wondered why there was such clutter. I picked up a crumpled piece of paper and opened it. The header in bold letters jumped into my eyes. Reminder of payment. The total amount of the debt under Lance's name was $200,000. $200,000 was not 2,000, is it? My head started spinning. Why did he hide such a large amount of debt from me? I questioned him as soon as he got home that day. What is this debt? What's going on? No, it's not what you think. It was left to me by my parents. That was not a personal debt, but rather on his liquor store. It was made by his parents, and when he took over the business, it also came along. It was secured by the land and the house we lived in, so he had no intention to renounce the inheritance. I understood that it was not his personal debt, but it was not something that could be left unattended. But this is a payment reminder. Aren't you paying back every month? I am, but sales fluctuate from month to month. Sometimes I can't pay them back during the slow month. I have to pay my staff first, so I've asked them to wait. That's when the letter came. At first, his explanation sounded to make sense, but it was definitely not a good idea to delay payment. The letter included the words "final notice." I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to freak out. Don't worry though. Business is on track, and we haven't been evicted from the house, right? That's true, but... I looked at him anxiously. Then he mentioned something unexpected. If you're so worried, why don't you help me pay it off? You are making quite a lot, aren't you? I wasn't comfortable with where he was going. It was not my store, and a husband and a wife were supposed to help each other. My debt is also yours. That's a bit sudden. Are you okay if my store went out of business? Many people would suffer if it was gone, you know. I guess he was right. His store had become an indispensable part of the community. It was located in the suburbs where there weren't many shops or supermarkets around. He was also selling fresh foods such as meat and fish and offered a home delivery service. I visited the shop several times, and it was always busy. Some customers stated that they were so grateful to have it in the neighborhood. Please, honey, I'll be focused on keeping my business rolling. Please help me pay off my debts. I respected the way he took his work seriously and devoted himself. I didn't want to see his store disappear. I didn't want that to happen for sure. Being married means that we support each other at all times. If you are struggling, it seems only natural for me to help him. Okay, I'll repay back as much as I can every month from my salary. You can concentrate on managing the store. I could help financially, but only he could run it. I was happy that he relied on me above all else. However, it was the beginning of a change in him. About 3 years had passed since I took over his debt. He often came home late. What were you doing until this late? You reek of alcohol. I just had a few drinks with my customers, honey. Did you make a payment this month? For some reason, he sounded condescending. I did last week. Why? The store depends on you. You'd better keep paying on time. Whenever he got drunk those days, he gave me an order. I had taken it as nonsense from a drunkard, but it started to prick my nerves when he did it repeatedly. He made it sound like it was normal for me to pay back his debt. By the way, Matt has a third kid now. I envy him. Matt was his friend from high school. He had his own business, just like Lance. His wife also worked in the store with him. I've been wanting to talk to you about that. I told him what I had been keeping to myself. Don't you think it's time for us to start a family? His reaction was very cold. What, baby? My business has just started picking up, and we are still in debt. How can we be so irresponsible? That was his stance. I held back my annoyance. Matt has 3 children now, right? We can manage one too. His parents are still well, and his wife works in the store. They are different from us. I couldn't counter that. I'd always thought that I would have children when I got married. My dream was crushed easily, so until I pay off all your debts, we can't have a baby. Well, I guess that's how it's going to be. If you make a lot of money and pay off studies quickly, I will think about it. His mean smile disgusted me, but I felt impatient to pay off the debts as soon as possible. How blind I was. Even though it was an irrational demand, I was still occupied with the thought of starting a family and didn't even think about it. From then on, I worked tirelessly for Lance. I actively obtained qualifications, took promotional exams, and secured a salary increase. I started earning much more than women my age. I even made advance payments, but the debt didn't disappear so easily. I turned 40 before I knew it and had to give up on having children. I thought to myself that I still had my husband and thought he was enough. He relied on me, and I could do anything for him. As long as I still believed that, I remained happy. Lance started coming home later and later as the days went by. He sometimes came back in the morning. I was working in the store, and it was morning when I realized it. I had to go out with a customer, and the next thing I knew, the sun was out. When I saw him working so hard to protect the store, I felt that I had to do my best as a wife too. We were on the same boat, sailing for a better future together. The months and years went by, and the day finally arrived. I was going to make the last payment the next day. For the sake of the debt, I had to pass on all sorts of luxuries. I didn't need to do so anymore. I could finally spend my hard-earned money the way I wanted. I realized that ever since I got married, I had been thinking too much about money. We had never taken a vacation or even dined at a nice restaurant. We were still in our 50s. I hoped to finally enjoy such things from then on. On the day the last payment was due, I took a day off. I prepared a more opulent dinner than usual, complete with a bottle of wine and Lance's favorite chocolate cake, intending to celebrate a debt-free life together. When he returned from work, I laid everything out on the table, remarking, "Finally, it feels like it's been a long time." But the last 20 years have gone by so fast, haven't they, honey? His trembling and lowered head made me wonder if he was crying from happiness. However, to my shock, he burst into laughter in a way I had never heard before. "What the hell is going on? Are you okay?" My supposed husband declared something outrageous. "You are dismissed now. I'm grateful to you for the past 20 years. Thanks to you paying off all my debt, I'm a free man. Great job. I don't need you anymore." What are you talking about? I genuinely had no clue. He pulled out something from his bag. "This is my last present to you." Bold letters of a divorce petition stabbed my eyes. Proudly, he continued, "I've decided to marry someone else. So you are no longer of any use to me. Thanks for being my cash dispenser until now. You're getting remarried? Have you been cheating on me all this time?" I recalled his habitual late returns, citing work or socializing. While I toiled to pay off his debt, he was nowhere to be found. His expression remained smug. "I will never read that, unfaithful. I have already found the next potential wife. I want to divorce you and marry her. That's why I have been waiting for you to clear my debt." Tears welled up at the absurdity. The feast I had prepared blurred before my saddened eyes. "Get the hell out of here." He handed me the divorce papers. My blood boiled faster than I could feel sadness or despair. "Okay, but you won't regret it." I forced out my voice. "No, I won't. Why would I regret divorcing an old hag like you?" "Old hag?" If I were her, he would be an old fart. Did he think he was still young? His misconception was so ridiculous that I regained composure and accepted the divorce papers. "I'm going to take this with me for now, and I'll be in touch." I packed my belongings and left the house. How could my 20 years of marriage come to such an easy end? Finally alone, I shed tears of emptiness and frustration. Later, I asked my attorney for a divorce agreement, sending it to Lance. I also requested a background report on his bride-to-be. Shortly after, he called me. "Hey, Jessica, what the hell is this document?" He sounded furious. I could imagine his face turning bright red even over the phone. Contrasting his fury, I remained calm. "That is a divorce agreement. What about it?" "I know what it is. What I'm talking about is this loan agreement. Why do I have to pay you back?" He sounded distraught, yelling, "This is crazy. This is not right." Referring to the repayment of the loan between spouses during the marriage, he protested against returning the money I paid on his behalf. "This is ridiculous. You decided to do it out of your goodwill, didn't you? Why are you digging up the past?" "What do you mean? I did it as your wife. If we divorce, that's a different story." Regret hit him. He just realized it. When he asked for a divorce, I immediately thought of making him repay my head. My profession involved dealings with insurance and investments, giving me contacts with experienced attorneys. I consulted them right away. The total, including interest, was a little over $300,000. I was determined to have him pay me back precisely that. That was all I asked for. He grasped the seriousness, seeing the name of a locally famous attorney on the document. Ludicrously, he said, "You know that I don't have much money. Sell the store to fund it then. If I do that, I won't have anything left. You're only 55. You could still find a job if you wanted to. Give me a break." The conversation made no sense. I wanted to hang up, but there was one last thing to check. "How's it going with your new bride-to-be?" "None of your business." I burst out in laughter. It seemed like he was going through a lot. "Good luck." I was about to hang up. "Wait a minute. I've decided not to marry her. We can start over." For some reason, he pleaded with me. I yelled my last words and hung up. "Start over? Don't kid yourself. I don't want you. I had been married to such a man for 20 years. Did I look more ridiculous than him in the eyes of others? I respected him until the divorce. I had watched him work hard for the store and his customers. 20 years later, I realized he was just a fool. The mentioned remarriage started with innocent flirtation with a part-time university student, Melissa. "You are so cute, Melissa. Will you be my wife?" She played along, jokingly replying, "Well, I would think about it if you let me be a full-time housewife." The truth was, he believed she was serious. Marrying a man nearly 40 years her senior seemed like a mere joke to her. It turned horrifying when he persistently pressed her to marry him, leading her parents to intervene and obtain a restraining order against him. Reading the private investigation report, I laughed so hard I hyperventilated. When he came home late, I assumed he was working hard, unaware of the truth. Instead, he was hitting on young girls at bars and strip joints, boasting, "I'm surprisingly popular with young girls. I'm a salesman, so I have this easy-to-talk-to aura and get along with them. And I'm told that I look younger. Don't you think so?" The girls apparently cringed at his comments. With no use for his older wife and viewing me only as a cash dispenser, his misconceived self-image turned him into a somewhat laughable stalker who almost got in trouble with the police. Perhaps it would have been better if he had cheated on me. Unfortunately, he couldn't even find a mistress. The reason behind his pursuit of a young girl was his friend Matt having a grandchild. Matt recounted, "As soon as he saw my grandchild, he said he wanted to have a child himself. I scolded him, saying he shouldn't say such a thing. You have been paying his debt for him." He was absolutely mortified. "I'm glad I didn't spend my golden years with that man," I muttered. My divorce finalized, and despite unclear property division, he gave up due to my attorney's reputation. I wondered how such a gutless person had stayed in business. He sold the store to pay me back. Fortunately, just before the sale, his employees abandoned him. Customers frowned at him for giving up a family business. When they learned the reason was to pay his ex-wife, shock spread through the community. He got what he deserved when he demanded a divorce. A true story that sounded like a comedy circulated. Even if he hadn't sold the store, the bad publicity would have affected his business. Selling before bankruptcy was probably a blessing. The money wasn't enough, so he still works part-time to pay me back. Sometimes he messages, "It was all my fault. Can we get back together?" Even after blocking, he calls from different phones. "If you contact your ex-wife any further, we'll file a restraining order," warned my attorney. The calls stopped. He is terrified of the attorney. Guess what I do now? I'm a marriage counselor. Turning 50, I joined my friend's matchmaking business. I quit my previous job, helping singles find a match, offering advice on finances, insurance, etc. Couples appreciating frank discussions from the beginning increased our membership. Having been through a lot, I don't want them to make the same mistakes I did. Though my salary is lower, I enjoy helping others be happy every day. I found happiness after getting rid of my ex-husband. Today, I'm a bridge to someone else's happiness. What's this? Seriously, it's no wonder I couldn't help but exclaim. There, in front of me, were the words of a termination notice. I had been told not to contact during business trips, But this was something I couldn't ignore. I hurriedly called Jack. No answer. I called over and over. Simultaneously, I sent messages, but there was no response. It was past noon. Maybe he couldn't answer due to work, but I had to get in touch somehow. After persistently calling, he finally picked up. Hello, Jack. Don't you know not to contact me during work hours? Jack immediately started yelling. I'm sorry, but it's urgent. I've received a certified letter from the company. I told you not to contact me while I'm on a business trip. Jack was not willing to listen. What if your actions ruin the contract? It seemed impossible to get him to listen. All right. I decided to keep silent about the termination notice, as a result of not contacting at all. My name is Sarah Johnson, 30 years old. I work from home as an industrial designer. Simply put, as an industrial designer, I design the shapes of products. I used to be an employee of a major company working from home, but now I've become independent and freelance. Thankfully, my work is going well, and I'm earning a decent income. At 26, I married Jack, whom I met through a friend's introduction. Even after getting married, I continued to work for the company. But when I became pregnant with our 2-year-old son, Kyle, I switched to working from home. Since then, I've been working from home while Jack worked at the office. After maternity and parental leave, I returned to work from home. Although my salary was lower than when I was going to the office, it's easier on my mind and body than commuting and leaving the child in daycare. Our company created a great system. However, Jack seemed unsatisfied with my reduced salary. Shouldn't you go back to work, even if it means putting Kyle in daycare? We've got a mortgage to pay, and with the economy being down, the company's performance isn't looking up either. Well, that's true. But if we put Kyle in daycare, we have to pay for that too. I think it would end up costing about the same. When we got married, Jack and I took out a joint mortgage to buy our new home. Renting is like throwing money away. It's better to stretch a bit and buy a place. It'll be easier in the long run. Jack, who works at a securities company and is fussy about finance and assets, would argue. Convinced by his point, I agreed, and we bought the apartment, located near a convenient station for commuting. It was a bit pricey, but we were told it would appreciate in value. Life was peaceful until I started working from home. But then Jack began to show his discontent. It seemed it wasn't so much about the money, but rather he felt it was unfair that I was the only one staying at home. If the costs are going to be the same, you might as well go back to work. Staying home all the time leads to a lack of exercise and isolation from society. Sure, there's some truth to that. But with my first child birth and now child care, it's easier on my body to stay home. Getting help is difficult, as both Jack and I are from out of town, and our families live far away. We can't easily rely on either side for assistance. When I brought up this topic, I could sense Jack's real feelings from his muttered response. It's unfair that only Sarah gets to stay home. I wish I could too, but there's a difference in our jobs. I'm a designer and Jack is in sales. I can finish designs on my computer and just send the data. But Jack's work can't be done from home. That's true, but still, it feels unfair that only Sarah gets to enjoy this nice house, he complained. Hearing these words surprised me. What do you mean enjoy alone? This is our home. Yours, mine, and Kyle's. First of all, we're both paying the mortgage. The rights should be split equally. Jack's childish remarks made me worry if he was really okay. Even as a father, Kyle was growing up well, and I was managing both child care and work from home. I also took the bold step of becoming independent as my work was well received, and I started getting offers from business contacts. However, around that time, Jack began coming home late and working more on weekends. It's a tough economy. I've got to work harder, or my sales allowance will keep shrinking, he'd say with a sarcastic sigh. Lucky are those who can work comfortably at home. No need to endure crowded trains to commute, huh? Must be nice, he'd say, implying I was lounging at home while he worked hard. But that's not the case. I'm taking care of the child and household chores while working from home. I'd often have to go out for work and other necessities. I'm certainly not just lounging around at home. Fed up, I once confronted him. Look, I'm not just playing around. Why can't you understand that? I'm paying my share of the mortgage too. Oh, is that so? Jack interrupted, his face turning red with anger. I must be such a failure, huh? Can't even get a mortgage on my own with my meager salary. I never said anything like that. Unlike the talented designer that you are, I have to desperately plead with unpleasant clients every day just to get paid. It always felt like that. No matter what I said, Jack would only take things negatively. I got so tired and eventually stopped talking to him altogether. It seemed pointless to say anything, and gradually, I started to wonder if there was any point in living together. But Jack was Kyle's father. The thought of taking away his father seemed selfish, and that held me back. Maybe because I stopped talking, Jack started behaving even more selfishly, and eventually almost stopped contributing financially. It was supposed to be a joint mortgage, but now it looks like I'm paying it all by myself. It's tough, but with my current income as a designer, I can manage the mortgage and living expenses on my own. Jack probably knows this, and that's why he's behaving like that. I think if we were at risk of losing the house because we couldn't pay the mortgage, he'd contribute something. Jack is that kind of calculative person. And around that time, I started to have a suspicion. Maybe Jack had another woman and was spending his money on her. If that's the case, I have no choice but to take a drastic step. Of course, I'd make sure he pays what he owes. I wanted to find proof, but I didn't know how. The most reliable way would be to hire a detective agency, but that's expensive. If I knew the dates, times, or places to look, it would be easier. But with just a vague suspicion, I had no idea how much it would cost. Right now, I'm managing, but if Jack and I were to separate, there'd be future uncertainties. I'd prefer to save as much money as possible. Then one day, while I was feeling uneasy, a certified mail from the company arrived. Jack was on a business trip and had been gone for 2 nights and 3 days. Why would they send something like this on a day he's away? I was even more perplexed but curious. So I decided to open it, telling myself that if it was urgent, I needed to contact him immediately. I opened the envelope. What the heck is this? I couldn't help but exclaim. It was a termination notice. I was told not to contact Jack during business trips, but I couldn't just ignore this. I tried calling him, no answer. I called again and again. I sent messages too, but got no response. It was past noon. Maybe he couldn't answer because of work, but I had to get through to him. When I kept calling persistently, he finally answered. Hello, Jack. I told you not to contact me when I'm working. Jack yelled as soon as he answered. I'm sorry, but it's urgent. You see, there's this certified mail from the company. Don't contact me when I'm on a business trip. Jack wouldn't listen at all. What if you ruin a contract because of this? As he said that, I heard someone's voice in the background. Could it be? I quickly pressed the record button. Listen, I'll say it again. Don't contact me. Got it? He wouldn't listen, no matter how important it was. Okay. I decided to keep quiet about the termination notice. I ended the call. Jack was the one who didn't listen, even though it was important, and I realized that even if Jack lost his job, it wouldn't affect me much. I'm a designer with a technical skill set steadily building my career. When I started working from home, I was an employee. As an employee, I had to report daily to the company how many hours I worked and such. I needed to inform them even when I took a day off. But now, I'm independent, handling work not just from my former company, but also from other clients. I'm completely freelance. Since becoming freelance, I've been taking on a lot more work and earning several times more than when I was an employee. I could leave Jack and be just fine, but still, it would be a shame to end it like this. That call, I think the voice was a woman's. Listening carefully to the recording, I could make out what was being said. The woman didn't realize I was on the phone and was asking Jack for something. I couldn't hear exactly what it was, But she was asking for something for her birthday. Her birthday must be coming up soon. This could be a clue to finding out who Jack's with. If I can narrow down the hints a bit more, I'll consider hiring a detective. For now, I just have to be patient. The next night, Jack returned from his business trip. You know I told you not to contact me during work, right? Because of you, I almost lost a contract. I'm sorry. I wondered who he was in the middle of making a contract with. Perhaps it was a birthday purchase agreement. I smiled to myself, not showing it on my face. If you understand, then it's fine. I'm going to take a bath and go to bed, okay? I quietly watched as Jack prepared for his bath in bed. Once he was sound asleep, I stealthily checked his smartphone. As expected, it was locked. I gently took the phone, used Jack's sleeping finger to unlock it, and began to search. There they were, photos of Jack cozied up with the same woman. Not just pictures, but videos too. Some of them incriminating messages, dates, places, how they spent their time together. Everything was there. He probably thought I'd never find out about his affair. How he underestimated me. I copied the data from his phone to my computer, carefully putting the phone back. I started to plan my next move. I'll make sure he experiences hell first. To uncover the identity of the woman, I couldn't tell who she was just from the photos and chats. I reviewed the data and decided to start from there. The next day, Jack left the house as if nothing had happened. He said he was going to work, but I hoped he could still do his job as usual. After sending him off, I revisited the certified mail. It lacked detailed explanations. I didn't know what he did, but it seemed his termination was final. It was a bit troubling. If Jack lost his job, it'd be harder to make him pay alimony and child support. You can't shake down a turnip. He probably spent what he didn't bring home on that woman. I wanted to recoup at least some of it. Of course, I planned to make her pay damages too. I scrutinized the data transferred to my computer. It was unpleasant to see their intimate exchanges, but I was sure to find some clue. Social media platforms typically require a phone number for user registration. When I checked, there it was, a contact listed as Kate, trading in Jack's phone. Apparently, his mistress. Whether Kate was her real name, I wasn't sure. I picked out the necessary information and compiled the data. Now, what to do with this data? Should I hire a detective or go straight to a lawyer? Thinking it over, I had a great idea, something I saw in a melodramatic TV show. I decided to play it out myself. Hey, I think I need to go back to my parents' place for a bit. Why? It's nothing serious, but my mom's caught a bad cold, and my dad can't manage everything alone. Jack glanced at me, pretending to think it over. Probably thought it looked better not to agree too quickly. How many days are you planning to be there? At least 2 or 3 days, I replied, looking up at him as if seeking approval. Jack looked down at me, seemingly pleased with my meek behavior, and his face softened into a smile. That's being a good daughter. Go ahead. Thank you. My demeanor seemed to satisfy him. So when are you leaving? I wanted to leave today, but it's too late now, so I'll leave first thing tomorrow morning, right after you go to work. Okay, got it. Take care. Jack was unnaturally kind, probably playing into my plan. The next morning, as usual, he left the house. Despite being told he's fired, I wondered where he was going, but I needed him out to prepare, so please go ahead. I sent him off with a regretful look and got to work. I left Kyle with a trustworthy babysitter, someone who had taken care of him several times before for work and errands. I could rely on them without worry. Then I messaged Jack. I'm on the train now. Really sorry for the trouble. Planning to be back in 3 days. He replied quickly. Understood. Take care. That night, as expected, Jack brought Kate home. I hired professionals to gather all the evidence of their rendezvous. I knew the data already on Jack's smartphone would be enough for a favorable divorce, but I wanted to personally punish them both. On the first day of the trap, Jack and Kate returned home in the afternoon and didn't leave until the next evening. Then came the main event. I was a bit anxious waiting, not knowing what time they'd return, but I was sure they would. Late that night, just before the date changed, they came back. They seemed tipsy, giggling, and stumbling into the bedroom, falling on the bed tangled together. Now, welcome home. As I finished speaking, I flung open the closet door with a loud bang. Kate screamed in shock and tumbled out of the bed. In the process, she hit her head against the cabinet beside the bed. Serves her right. What? Jack hadn't fallen off the bed, but he was frozen in a bizarre position on it. He was lying on his back, arms thrust forward from his chest. It seemed he was so startled by my appearance that he accidentally pushed Kate away. That's why she flew off the bed and hit her head. Welcome home, dear. Jack lay there in his strange pose, eyes wide open, staring at me. He looked utterly ridiculous. Oh, we have a guest, I remarked as I slowly emerged from the closet and stood beside the bed, looking down at Jack with a full smile. I ignored the woman who had lost consciousness. You, who is this lady? It's quite rude to sleep in someone else's house like this. Jack was at a loss for words. Well, that's okay. Let's have a little chat, I said, pulling out my phone to make a call. Who are you calling? Oh, just someone, I replied, humming a tune as I ended the call and coldly looked down at Kate. What should we do with her? What do you mean? What should we, wake her up or let her sleep? Jack glanced back and forth between me and Kate, falling silent in apparent confusion. All right then, we don't want anything to happen to her, so let's wake her up. Hey you, I said, shaking Kate gently. Kate groaned and slowly opened her eyes. Hey you, I repeated. Kate looked dazed for a moment before realizing her situation and freezing in shock. We're going to have a talk now, so come over here, please. Kate remained frozen and didn't respond. Come here, please. Yes, she replied reflexively after I spoke a bit more sternly. I called both of them to the dining room and had them sit side by side at the table. I really don't want to have you sitting here, but well, you've already made yourself comfortable, haven't you? The table will do, I said, making it clear there would be no hospitality like tea. Now, I want you to answer some questions. If you're honest, I might consider certain things, like maybe reducing the damages. You will. The word damages turned their faces pale. So, when did it start? What? When did the two of you start this relationship? Be honest, or the damn damages will double. Jack's eyes darted around nervously, and Kate just kept blinking rapidly. Since when? Today. Today was the first time, right? Yes. A lot, really. Yes, we met today for the first time, and since you weren't here, we just got carried away. Yes, they both said, seemingly agreeing on the story. That's a lie. Ding dong. The people I had called arrived. I asked Jack and Kate to wait while I let my guests in the dining room. Two professionals, a man and a woman in suits, entered. Please, the woman took out an envelope, and the man opened his laptop. Here, take a look. The screen showed yesterday's footage of Jack and Kate entering the room, followed by the interior video. Hey, isn't this illegal filming? That's right, it's a crime, they protested while Jack and Kate were making a fuss. The detective agency explained everything properly. Indeed, secretly filming someone is voyeurism, but if it's for the purpose of catching evidence of infidelity, it's allowed. Moreover, this was a job undertaken by professionals, meaning the detectives from the agency following a request. Therefore, it doesn't constitute a criminal act. Got it. So this isn't a crime. Both Jack and Kate sat silently, heads bowed. Once again, when did it start? They didn't answer. Since when? You said today was the first time, but that's a lie, right? Well, yesterday, Jack began, raising his head to meet my eyes. I'm sorry. What I said earlier, it actually started yesterday. We drank too much, and one thing led to another. Yes, I'm sorry, they both apologized. So, you admit to the affair? Yes, we're sorry, but it was just this once. Sorry, it's true. It seemed they were trying to settle the matter with this version of the story. I told you before, if you lie, the damages will double. It's not a lie. Believe us, it's true. I brought over my laptop and placed it in front of them. If yesterday was the first time, then who are these people? I asked, showing them the photos and videos copied from Jack's smartphone, along with their social media interactions. Ah, another lie. You're taking stuff from someone's smartphone. That's a crime. Sorry to disappoint you, but this also isn't a crime. You heard the reason just now, right? Jack and Kate had nothing more to say and just sat in silence. Eventually, they resigned themselves to telling the whole story. Their affair had started 2 years ago, around the time Kyle was born. Jack said he felt neglected and lonely after Kyle's birth and listed various reasons for his actions. That's when he met Kate, and their relationship continued until now. He described it as a momentary lapse of judgment and expressed regret. Kate looked at Jack with disbelief. Understandably so. She had been showered with sweet words all this time, only to be now referred to as a mistake. Kate, with tears in her eyes, admitted the time they started their relationship, but remained silent about the rest. It seemed futile to ask anything more. I'll arrange another day to talk with both your parents and Kate's parents. I thanked the detectives, sent them away, and also showed Kate out. Could you? You leave too. Maybe stay at a hotel or something. You might catch up with Kate if you're quick. I wouldn't do such a thing. Whatever, just leave. I made sure to send Jack out as well. Later, I arranged a meeting with both our parents and Jack's. My in-laws were mortified, just kept apologizing. My parents sat in silent anger. I showed them all the evidence, including the conversation from the day I caught. So, I want a divorce. I'll take custody of Kyle and demand child support and damages. Jack protested the amount I demanded, but I refused to budge. You've been deceiving me for 2 years and brought another woman into this house. Plus, you stopped contributing to the household expenses. My in-laws were shocked to hear this for the first time. My father-in-law even tried to hit Jack, but I stopped him. I don't want to see that. If you're going to do it, please do it where I can't see. My in-laws promised to cover the damages and child support. Regarding the apartment, I decided to take payment for my share of the mortgage up until now and then leave the rest to Jack. I don't want to live in a tainted house. Just pay me my share and then do whatever you want with it. It would probably end up being sold, but selling it now would only result in a loss. Jack had no capacity to keep up with the mortgage payments. It was unavoidable. I found out why Jack was fired from his company. He had caused significant losses to a client. Not just once, but multiple times. I thought it would definitely be profitable, but every single transaction I thought was surefire turned out badly. Jack explained he felt overshadowed by my success after I became independent and started earning more. In an attempt to outdo me, Jack did something he shouldn't have, making unauthorized stock trades for his clients, causing them losses. Trying to fill the gap he created, he kept repeating the same mistakes, and things became unmanageable. Yet he believed he would surely recover the losses someday, which is why he couldn't stop. Unaware that his company had caught on, he used his time with Kate to distract himself. That day, he had lied to the company, saying I was sick and he needed to care for me. Who would think they'd send a termination notice to a house with a sick person? Who's really being unreasonable here? It's hard to believe such words are coming from someone who lied to take time off work and go on a trip with another woman. Under these circumstances, the reason for his affair after Kyle was born, you stopped paying attention to me. That's to be expected when there's a baby. Even taking care of oneself becomes secondary, let alone catering to a grown man's needs like a child. Tired and unamused by my constant attention to Kyle, he met Kate at a bar and was drawn to her. Kate was young and pretty, and she listened to everything I said with interest. He regained the confidence he had lost. They started a deeper relationship after celebrating her 20th birthday. Kate was 19 when they first met. I bought Kate anything she wanted. Her asking for things was cute. Sarah, you earn enough to buy whatever you want, so you never ask me for anything. To fulfill Kate's wishes, he stopped contributing financially to our home. The apartment has always been your place. I just slept there, so I thought it was fair for you to pay for it. I remembered him saying that. Sarah, if you became a company employee again, you'd only be home for the same amount of time. Then it would be equal. So that's why he wanted me to stop working from home and commute instead. It's truly exasperating, the excuses Jack kept coming up with. None of them made any sense, no matter how I looked at it, but he blamed it all on me. If only Sarah had continued working like before and supported me, none of this would have happened, he said. Hearing these words, even my father-in-law broke down in tears. It was just pitiful, but that's no longer my concern. Because they paid the amount I wanted doesn't mean my wounds are healed or that I can forgive them. But they agreed to pay the damages and child support for Kyle that I demanded, so I have to accept it as good enough. I also demanded separate damages from Kate. Thankfully, her parents were responsible and paid everything on her behalf. I had said that lies would cost double, but I decided against it. I have my principles. I settled the matter within those bounds. I'm sorry, Kate apologized, appearing before me with her parents, looking completely different from the drunken Kate I had seen before. She honestly talked about her past. Kate, originally from a rural area, was astonished by the stark difference when she came to the city. Her college classmates all seemed fashionable, flashy, and dazzling. Trying to keep up, she started working at a bar. That's where I met Jack. He said he wasn't getting along with his wife, that they were about to divorce. It was just taking time because of the child. I believed him. Kate seemed to have genuinely loved Jack. Jack was handsome and well-paid. He bought me anything I asked for. I was happy that he listened to everything I said. That day, Jack had brought Kate to the apartment, saying they would soon live there together once I was gone. It seems he wanted to save on hotel costs, but Kate believed him. I thought we would soon live together here, and it made me happy. But then Jack referred to me as just a momentary lapse, Kate said with tears in her eyes. That's when I realized I was just being played. Her demeanor didn't seem deceitful, but I won't say I was deceived. I knew he was married and still got involved. It's my fault. I'm sorry. Kate and her parents apologized together. The truth is unclear. Perhaps Jack did have genuine feelings for Kate at some point. However, in the end, he chose to prioritize his interests. It seems that his understanding of the situation was ultimately shallow. He's someone who selfishly acts on whims, just like a child relying on his wife, then feeling neglected and unappreciated. Kate would be better off forgetting about such a man. Kate has since quit college and returned to the countryside with her parents to start over. I'll work and pay back what my parents covered as soon as possible. Although I once despised her, I now hope she finds a straight path in life and happiness. Afterward, Jack was fired from his company and sued for the losses he couldn't cover. That was expected. He lied to the company to take time off and was caught embezzling for his escapades. It wasn't just causing losses to clients. He used that money for personal enjoyment, which led to his judgment. Though he received a suspended sentence, his future is uncertain. I feel sorry for my in-laws, who were good people, but it was a deserved outcome. I've returned to my parents' home, where they help me with Kyle while I continue working. Despite the personal turmoil, my career is going well. Kyle's growth is now my sole comfort. For now, I think I don't need a man in my life, but like Kate, who's gone back to start anew, I too hope to meet someone truly trustworthy someday. I believe there's still someone good out there for me. Life is still long. It's too long to stumble over a single failure and give up. I want to show Kyle a forward-looking, resilient spirit, never to become someone who loses everything due to childish dependency like his father. For that reason, I will keep looking ahead, hold my head high, and keep walking. I will never give up on any happiness.
My name is Emma Chen, and my story begins with dirt under my fingernails and the delicate scent of lilies floating on the air. My little flower shop, Blooming Dreams, was nestled between the towering skyscrapers of downtown Seattle, a vibrant burst of life amidst the gray monotony of steel and concrete. Another orchid gave up the ghost. I asked Sarah, my sole employee, as she gingerly removed a wilted plant from the front display. "Third one this week," she replied with a weary sigh, her brow furrowed. "Maybe it's time to stop stocking them." I shook my head, taking the plant from her hands with care. "No, we just need to figure out what's wrong and adjust their care. Every plant can thrive with the right attention." That belief had been my guiding principle since childhood. Growing up in rural China, I spent endless hours in my grandmother's garden, absorbing the unspoken language of plants. While other children played with toys, I buried myself in the intricacies of cultivation and the mysteries of hybridization. "Emma, you have magic in your hands," my grandmother would say as she watched me coax sickly plants back to life. "Remember, the strongest flowers bloom in the harshest conditions." At the time, her words seemed abstract. Now they were the foundation of my life. My journey to America began with a scholarship to study botanical sciences. The transition was far from easy: new culture, new language, and an unrelenting need to prove myself. Yet, like the wildflowers I admired, I thrived in unlikely soil. That's how I met James Wheeler. He stumbled literally into my life during my final year of grad school. Rushing to a business meeting, he barreled into my research greenhouse, scattering soil samples everywhere. "I'm so sorry," he exclaimed, crouching to gather the mess. "I wasn't watching where Whoa, what are these?" His gaze landed on my pride and joy. Hybrid roses I'd spent months perfecting. Their deep purple petals glimmered with silver edges as though dusted with moonlight. "They're my thesis project," I said, hastily inspecting the blooms for damage. "I'm developing resilient varieties for urban environments." "They're stunning," he murmured, and for the first time, I really saw him. Tall, sharp-suited, with warm eyes and a disarming smile. "I'm James, by the way, and I think you just saved my day. I need a unique gift for a client." I sold him 3 roses that day. A week later, he returned, not for flowers, but to ask me to dinner. Our love grew like a well-tended garden, steady, natural, and full of discovery. James worked in corporate finance, a world of sharp suits and strategic deals. But he appreciated the artistry of my work, and I began to admire the structure in his. "You see the world differently than anyone I've ever known," he told me one evening as we strolled through a botanical garden. A year later, we married in a simple ceremony adorned with flowers I'd grown just for the occasion. It was perfect until I met his family. The warning signs appeared early, at our engagement dinner. James's mother, Victoria Wheeler, scrutinized me with icy precision, while his sister Patricia barely hid her smirks. "A florist?" Victoria asked, her voice laden with disbelief. "I thought you said she studied sciences, James." "She has a master's in botanical sciences," James defended. "Emma's work is revolutionary." Victoria waved a dismissive hand. "Yes, but surely you won't continue with that little hobby after the wedding? The Wheeler name has certain standards." James tensed beside me, but I held my ground, recalling my grandmother's words. "Actually," I said evenly, "I'm opening my own shop after graduation. The lease is already signed." The silence was deafening. Patricia raised an eyebrow, her lips curling. "A shop? How entrepreneurial." "Well," Victoria sighed, "every family has its quirks. Just keep it discreet, dear." James squeezed my hand under the table, but he didn't speak up. It was the first crack in our otherwise perfect world. Over the next 2 years, I channeled my energy into my shop, a labor of love that Victoria despised. What none of them knew, not even James, was that I had a plan. During my master's program, I developed patented hybrids, disease-resistant, longer-lasting varieties that could thrive anywhere. Suppliers showed interest, but I played my cards close. "Emma, you've got to see this." Sarah burst into my office one morning, brandishing her tablet. Wheeler Corp just announced a sustainable luxury hotel initiative with rooftop gardens. I smiled, setting down my pruning shears. My in-laws had no idea that their grand vision was about to intersect with mine. That evening, James came home beaming. "Did you hear about the announcement? Dad's been working on this for months. It's going to transform the company." "That's wonderful," I said, arranging a bouquet of my special roses. "Mom's hosting a dinner to celebrate this weekend," he added hesitantly. "They want us there." I raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure your mother wants the shopkeeper at her event?" He ran a hand through his hair, his telltale sign of unease. "They're trying, Emma, please." Reluctantly, I agreed. That night, as I finalized a deal that would secure my hybrid's future, I received an email that made me smile. Everything was falling into place. The dinner was held at the Wheeler estate, a mansion dripping with opulence and thinly veiled contempt. Victoria greeted me with a practiced smile that didn't reach her eyes. "How's your shop, dear?" Still managing to scrape by. The room chuckled politely. Patricia, now a senior executive, smirked into her glass. "It's quite really," she added. "We're working with top-tier experts for the hotel gardens, far beyond the scope of a retail shop." I smiled, unbothered. If only they knew. The dinner unfolded with its usual symphony of veiled barbs and carefully crafted insults. James remained uncomfortably quiet, his occasional apologetic glances doing little to shield me from the barrage. His silence, though familiar, was no less painful. "So Emma," Victoria said, her voice cutting through the room like fine crystal. "James tells me you're often at the shop late into the evening. It must be exhausting dealing with retail customers all day. Surely you've considered something more appropriate for a Wheeler." I set down my fork deliberately, meeting her gaze without flinching. "Actually, The dining room door creaked open, interrupting me. The sudden hush that fell over the table was palpable as everyone turned to see who had entered. Victoria's polished smile faltered the moment she recognized the man standing in the doorway. "Marcus," Victoria exclaimed, practically launching herself from her seat. "What an unexpected delight. We weren't expecting you until next week's board meeting." Marcus Chen, a commanding presence in any room, smiled politely, his sharp eyes sweeping across the table before landing on me. "I heard there was a celebration tonight. Thought I'd stop by. Hope I'm not intruding." Patricia, ever eager to align herself with power, quickly motioned to the empty seat beside her. "Not at all, Marcus. Please join us. We were just discussing our exciting hotel project." "Ah, the Green Hotels Initiative," Marcus said, his tone betraying little. "Actually, that's part of why I'm here." His gaze returned to me and his smile widened. "Emma, could we have a moment?" The silence was deafening. Victoria's carefully curated composure cracked as confusion etched across her face. "You know Emma?" Marcus laughed lightly. "Know her? Emma has been one of our most valuable partners for 2 years. Those revolutionary hybrid plants you're using in your hotel project? They're all her creations." Victoria's expression froze mid-smile. The room seemed to hold its collective breath. "That's impossible," Patricia stammered. "She runs a little flower shop." "A flower shop that's been ground zero for some of the most innovative botanical research in recent years," Marcus corrected smoothly. "Emma's hybrids are transformative, beautiful, resilient, and exactly what the Asian market demands. In fact, that's why I'm here tonight." He stepped forward, pulling an envelope from his jacket pocket. "The board approved your terms, Emma. We're ready to proceed with exclusive distribution rights for all 15 of your patented varieties." James finally broke his silence, his voice hoarse. "Emma, what's going on?" I took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the moment. "Remember the hybrid varieties I worked on during grad school? The ones you said were incredible? I've been refining them ever since. Now, they're ready for mass production." "Mass production," Victoria echoed faintly, as if the words themselves were foreign. "Indeed," Marcus said, clearly enjoying himself. "Emma's hybrids are uniquely suited to luxury hotels and high-end developments. They're durable, exquisite, and most importantly, exclusive. The licensing fees alone are significant." Patricia's champagne flute slipped from her hand, shattering the silence as it hit the table. The deep red liquid spread across the immaculate tablecloth like a blood stain. No one moved to clean it. But you're just a florist," Victoria sputtered. "You arrange bouquets and water plants." "That shop," I said calmly, "has been my research and development lab. Every plant, every arrangement has been part of an experiment. We've collected years of data that's now invaluable." Marcus nodded. "Which is why we're not stopping with licensing. We'd like to fund your continued research, Emma. The board is prepared to offer a $50 million annual development budget." Victoria's face drained of color as her world unraveled. James stared at me as though seeing a stranger. Patricia's mouth opened and closed, no words escaping. Finally, Patricia found her voice. "Why didn't you tell us? Would you have believed me?" I asked evenly. From the moment I joined this family, you've made it clear how you see me. As a simple shopkeeper, someone beneath you. What would change if I told you? But James knew, didn't he? Victoria demanded, her tone accusatory as she turned to her son. James shook his head slowly. I didn't. No, I said quietly. You didn't? You saw what you wanted to see, just like the rest of your family. Marcus cleared his throat, reclaiming the room's attention. There's one more thing. Given the importance of Emma's hybrids to the hotel project, we'd like her to oversee the entire supply chain. To that end, we're proposing to acquire controlling interest in Wheeler Corp's botanical division. Victoria's head snapped up, her carefully maintained composure cracking. You want us to report to her? Actually, I interjected, I already do. I finalized the purchase of Green Life Industries, your primary supplier, this morning. Chaos erupted. Patricia shouted about betrayal and corporate hierarchy, while Victoria collapsed back into her chair, clutching her fan as though it could revive her sinking pride. James said nothing, his silence louder than the clamor around us. This is unacceptable. Victoria finally screeched. James, you can't allow this. I turned to my husband, my voice calm but firm. James hasn't been part of my business decisions, just as he's never been part of your constant belittling. He didn't speak up then, and I doubt he will now. Emma, James began weakly, but I cut him off with a look. Marcus touched my shoulder gently. Shall we? He asked, holding the contracts in hand. As we left the dining room, Victoria's thin, strained voice followed us. James, do something. But there was nothing left to do. The walls of their assumptions had crumbled, leaving only the truth they had refused to see. In my spacious office at Chen Agro Corp Seattle headquarters, Marcus and I finalized the contracts. The city lights sparkled like distant stars, a reminder of how far I had come. You could have told them sooner, Marcus said, watching me sign the final document. Would it have made a difference? I asked. They needed this moment to understand the cost of underestimating someone. And James? I hesitated, the pen hovering over the page. That's a conversation for another day. When I returned home, James was waiting, his silhouette framed by the darkened window. Were you ever going to tell me? He asked, his voice low. Would you have listened? I countered. Or would you have seen only what your family sees? That's not fair, he said, his voice breaking. I loved you for who you are. Did you? I asked quietly. Or did you love the idea of the wife who made you look broad-minded? The florist you could see past. He didn't answer. He didn't need to. The weeks following that fateful dinner party marked a seismic shift, not only for Wheeler Corp, but for the lives orbiting its influence. News of the revelation spread like wildfire through Seattle's corporate circles, altering alliances and reshaping the power dynamics of an elite that prided itself on appearances. Victoria Wheeler, ever the consummate society strategist, launched a campaign to salvage her reputation. Emma always had promise, she declared at a high-profile charity gala, her voice strategically loud. We simply believed in giving her space to realize it. Though I wasn't present, Sarah, my shop manager and newfound informant, relished relaying such moments. She came by the shop, Sarah reported one morning, barely suppressing her laughter. Asked if she could join our exclusive client list. I looked up from the research report I was reviewing. What did you say? That we're no longer taking retail clients, Sarah grinned. You should have seen her face. Patricia, meanwhile, found her once unquestioned authority at Wheeler Corp eroding rapidly. Board members who had previously dismissed my contributions now sought my guidance on critical decisions. Her attempts to reassert control were met with quiet, decisive corrections. At our first official board meeting, I reviewed her proposal for the hotel gardens. These maintenance projections are outdated, I pointed out, displaying comparative data on the screen. The hybrids require specialized care. Unless you prefer, we use standard varieties, which would undermine the exclusivity we've marketed. Patricia's cheeks flushed as she sat back in her chair, silenced by the weight of evidence. While corporate battles played out in boardrooms, a quieter, more personal reckoning unfolded at home. James and I circled each other warily, the foundations of our marriage unsettled. One evening, I found him in my home office, staring at the framed patents on the wall. I remember when you created this, he said, his fingers brushing the glass. I thought they were just pretty flowers. They were never just flowers, James, I said. They were my dreams, my future, and I tried to share them with you. He turned, guilt and frustration etched into his features. Why didn't you trust me with the truth? Because trust isn't silence, I replied. Every time your family dismissed me, every time they belittled my work, you said nothing. That silence told me everything I needed to know. I was trying to keep the peace. No, I said softly. You were taking the easy way out. The next day brought an unexpected visitor. Richard Wheeler, usually the quiet observer, stood at my office door. May I come in? He asked. I gestured to the chair opposite me, curious. I owe you an apology, he began. For 2 years, I've watched as Victoria and Patricia undermined you, and I said nothing. That was wrong. Why now? I asked, wary. His expression softened with regret. Because you've done what I never had the courage to do. Challenge the Wheeler way of doing things. This company needs leadership, not legacy. He handed me a folder. I'm stepping down as chairman. I'd like to recommend you as my successor. I blinked, stunned. That's unexpected. You've already proven yourself, he said simply. Before I could respond, James burst into the room, his argument with my assistant echoing through the hallway. He froze when he saw his father. Dad, what are you doing here? Richard stood, straightening his tie. The right thing for once. After Richard left, I explained the situation to James. He sank into a chair, overwhelmed. Chairman of Wheeler Corp., he murmured. Why are you here, James? I asked gently. He looked up, his eyes filled with a mix of determination and vulnerability. I've been doing a lot of thinking. About us. About me. For years, I've lived as the perfect Wheeler's son, never questioning anything. And in doing so, I failed you. I want to make it right. How? I asked. I've requested a transfer to the Asian division, he said. If you'll have me, I want to go with you. Not as the Wheeler heir, but as your partner. Tears pricked my eyes. You leave everything here. Everything I'm leaving is meaningless without you, he said simply. 2 months later, Victoria hosted another dinner party. I wasn't there, of course. James and I were in Singapore, overseeing the installation of my hybrid gardens in a flagship luxury hotel. Sarah sent me a video from the event. Victoria, tipsy and effusive, regaling guests with tales of her brilliant daughter-in-law. Patricia, meanwhile, had taken a position at a rival firm, unwilling to endure the company's new dynamics. Richard, now serving as an advisor, worked alongside me to steer Wheeler Corp into its next chapter. As our plane descended into Singapore's glittering skyline, James reached for my hand. Ready for our new adventure? He asked. I smiled, squeezing his hand. Always. The real triumph wasn't in proving anyone wrong or claiming titles. It was in staying true to myself, nurturing my dreams through the storms of judgment and doubt. My little flower shop had bloomed into a legacy beyond what anyone imagined, except perhaps me, because I had always believed that with care, patience, and resilience, even the smallest seed could transform into something extraordinary. You're not our family. Go home now. On our way to a camping trip with my husband Joseph and his parents, we stopped at a rest area off the highway. As I stepped out of the RV, Joseph abruptly hurled those hurtful words at me. What? I exclaimed, bewildered. This wasn't the Joseph I knew, the caring husband. The shock on my face seemed to amuse him and his parents as they exchanged smirks, and Joseph started to drive the RV away. This couldn't be real. They wouldn't leave me stranded in the middle of nowhere. Frantically, I dialed my phone, only to be met with a stunning rebuke from my mother-in-law. Did you honestly believe you were coming with us? How audacious of you. Don't bother calling again. I was looking forward to this trip. But we're on a one-way highway. You can't just turn back. And besides, you're not family. You're just my daughter-in-law. Know your place. We're going to enjoy ourselves without you. The call ended abruptly, leaving me staring at my phone in disbelief as the RV disappeared into the distance. The words "you're not family" pierced me to the core, aching with intensity. It was all so cruel. They had me prepare everything, only to leave me behind. Overwhelmed with bitterness and heartache, I had no option but to call a taxi and return home, feeling utterly helpless. Allison, a 31-year-old woman, had been married to her husband Joseph for 2 years. Despite her initial hesitation to live with his parents, Joseph bought a house for them, a short distance away from his parents' place. While it was a relief not to live under the same roof, Allison still faced challenges. Joseph's parents, though free-spirited, often imposed tasks on her, like sudden shopping trips or cleaning their kitchen. Despite feeling harassed at times, Joseph always apologized for his parents' behavior, urging her to endure. His parents were particular about appearances, treating Allison well in front of others. She felt pressured not to speak ill of them, fearing she'd be seen as the villain. Despite her efforts to understand them better, being left behind by Joseph during a planned camping trip was a shock she struggled to recover from. The idea of camping arose during a visit to his parents, where Allison stumbled upon a lantern in the storage room. Curious, she asked about it, sparking a conversation about camping. Excited by Allison's mention of her father's camping enthusiasm and RV ownership, Joseph suggested they go on a family camping trip. With newfound excitement, he urged Allison to rent an RV for their upcoming adventure. "My father cherishes his RV and takes care of it whenever he has free time. I'm not sure if he would lend it to us." "Now it's your job to convince him. You better beg him to lend it to us, got it?" Joseph urged when I hesitated at the sudden request. "It's our first time camping and we don't know what we need, so it would be safer to borrow your dad's RV. Besides, I want to please my parents with a fun camping trip. Please, Allison." His plea left me little choice but to agree. I rushed to my father's place and explained the situation. To my surprise, he readily agreed. "Really? Is it okay?" I asked in disbelief. "Of course. I thought you would refuse because you always polish and take care of it in your spare time. If it's for you, Allison, I'm happy to lend it, and I'm touched by your desire to please Joseph's parents. So take this whole set of camping gear so you can enjoy your first camping trip. If you're a beginner, this and this would be good," my father said, selecting easy-to-use equipment for beginners while explaining various things. I was thrilled to see how much my father cared for me, and it warmed my heart deeply. Perhaps this camping trip could serve as a bridge to bring me closer to my in-laws. "All right, I'll work hard to prepare," I assured my father gratefully. I went ahead and reserved a campground equipped with power facilities, along with a nearby hot spring for added relaxation. When I shared the news with my husband and in-laws, they were overjoyed. "We're so lucky to have you, Allison. I'm so excited. I can't wait." "I'm glad you're happy," Joseph exclaimed, his enthusiasm infectious. On the day of our trip, I climbed into the RV driven by Joseph, brimming with excitement. As we hit the highway, heading towards the campground, my anticipation soared. But soon enough, my mother-in-law's demanding nature resurfaced. "Joseph, I'm thirsty. Can we stop at the interchange on our way?" she requested. "Mom, I brought some drinks. You can pick one from here," Joseph replied, trying to accommodate her needs. None of them really appealed to me. "As my daughter-in-law, you should know my tastes," my mother-in-law remarked, her tone dripping with disappointment. I'm sorry," I stammered, feeling the weight of her words. Stepping out of the car at the interchange to buy her the requested Dieter pepper, I was blindsided by my husband's sudden coldness. "Allison, you're now a part of our family, so go home now," he uttered, his tone devoid of warmth or understanding. "Excuse me? What suddenly got into you?" I gasped, unable to comprehend his words. This wasn't the Joseph I knew. He wasn't the one who typically showed me kindness and consideration. My shock only seemed to amuse them as they laughed at my expense, and the RV began to move again, leaving me stranded. They left me here in the middle of nowhere. Is this some kind of joke? Panic set in as I dialed a number, hoping for some semblance of understanding, only to receive a response from my mother-in-law that shook me to my core. "You thought you could really come with us? What a brazen woman you are. Not a part of our family. Be aware of that. Bye. We'll enjoy a good family time without you." My mother-in-law's words echoed in my mind as the call abruptly ended. I stood there, stunned and speechless. How could they treat you like this? They had me prepare everything, only to exclude me at the last moment. What was Joseph thinking? Bitterness and sorrow washed over me, but I couldn't dwell on these feelings. Summoning all my strength, I called a taxi and returned home, feeling utterly betrayed. The following day, my husband and in-laws returned from their camping trip, excitedly recounting their adventures. Not a single word of apology passed their lips for leaving me behind. As I pressed them for answers, their response left me dumbfounded. "We did it to discipline you as my wife." "That's right, Allison. You never understand your place as our daughter-in-law. But there's no need to abandon me on the highway for that. We had to go this far because you wouldn't get it otherwise." My mother-in-law's words cut through me like a knife. "We need to properly discipline this failure of a wife before we start living together," my father-in-law added, his tone laced with disdain. The mention of living together sent a chill down my spine. Discussions were happening behind my back, and I was completely unaware. "What do you mean by living together? I haven't heard anything about this," I protested, my voice trembling with fear and anger. "My parents' place is getting old and is at its limit. I've bought a house where we can invite Dad and Mom to live with us. From next year, we'll be living together, so I'm going to be stricter with you. Be prepared," Joseph declared, his words hitting me like a ton of bricks. Was this his true intention all along? Deciding such a major thing without consulting me at all? I was stunned, feeling utterly betrayed. My anger was overshadowed by a sense of powerlessness as I realized my voice meant nothing to them. And to add insult to injury, after borrowing the RV, they didn't even bother to refill the gas or thank my father. "Allison, why are you just standing around? Hurry up and return the RV to your dad. After cleaning the interior, wash the car, then return it to your father." "We don't want to be seen as thoughtless," Joseph instructed, his words dripping with insincerity. As I surveyed the interior cluttered with trash, I felt a surge of disappointment. Not only had they ignored me, but they had also disrespected my father's kindness. It was unforgivable. After meticulously cleaning and washing the RV and filling up the gas tank, I returned it to my father. Upon seeing me, he greeted me with a warm smile. "How was it? Did you enjoy the trip?" "I wasn't considered as their family, so I didn't go," I replied, recounting the events of being abandoned at the highway interchange and my husband's sudden decision to live with his parents without consulting me. My father's smile vanished, replaced by an expression of fury. "I'll get even for you, Allison. We will not let this slide. I won't let them have their way. Allison, we're getting back at them," he vowed, his determination evident. And in that moment, I felt a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness. With my father's wisdom guiding me, I returned to my in-laws' house where my husband and his parents were still basking in the excitement of the previous day's events. Keeping my emotions carefully hidden behind a light smile, I addressed them in a gentle tone. "There's an even more amazing place than where we went yesterday. The autumn leaves are stunning right now. How about we go on a full-scale camping trip instead of staying in an RV? We could pitch a tent, enjoy a barbecue, and soak in the breathtaking scenery. At night, the sky is filled with stars. It's truly a hidden gem that I don't want to share with anyone else. Can I come too to fulfill my role as your wife?" "That sounds wonderful. It's going to be so much fun. Since it's in a secluded area, I'll drive," my husband eagerly agreed. "As my wife and our daughter-in-law, of course, you should join us." My in-laws chimed in with equal enthusiasm. We decided to go camping again the following weekend. As always, they left all the preparation to me, their demands for discipline growing more incessant each day. But I had my secret plan in motion, meticulously arranging for my revenge. And when the day of our trip arrived, I borrowed an RV from my father, drove to a remote campsite, and watched with satisfaction as my husband and in-laws thrilled at the adventure ahead. "Wow, it's like a private site," they exclaimed, eagerly exploring the new environment. "We'll go for a walk and enjoy the scenery, Allison." "Stow our tent, understood. Enjoy your walk," my husband instructed before they set off, leaving me to prepare the camp. "Come on, let's go quickly," I urged, bidding them farewell and then setting to work on the campsite. About 30 minutes later, my husband called in a panic. "What, you're lost. I can't find your dad's RV. I'm on my way home with it." "What? What do you mean?" I asked, bewildered. "Don't worry," was his cryptic reply. Unbeknownst to them, I had left only the bare minimum for them to enjoy a real camping experience, a plan devised by my father. He had suggested they experience wild camping, where they would have to fend for themselves, akin to living on a deserted island rather than a convenient camping site with all amenities. You better set up your tent early and look for wood to start your fire. I know you guys have no lighter, so you'll have to start the fire yourself. I've left the pot so you can at least cook rice," my father had advised, ensuring they faced the challenges of nature head-on. "You left us behind. You were the ones who said that I, as a wife, wasn't part of the family and shouldn't go camping with you guys. So I took you up to the campsite and tearfully went home. That's what you wanted to do, right?" I stated calmly, hitting them with my logic. My husband was momentarily silenced by my words. "Enjoy camping with just your family," I added before hanging up. But my husband's rage erupted, and he began yelling at me. "Don't be ridiculous. If you don't come back now, I'll get a divorce from you." "All right, let's get divorced. You'll regret saying that." Being abandoned on the highway, finding my father's cherished RV filled with trash. "I've had enough of living with your parents, who do nothing but disrespect me, and you're the ones who will regret it. Stupid woman," I retorted, utterly disgusted by his behavior. He abruptly hung up, leaving me seething with anger. Although I was nearby, I lost all will to go pick them up. After a while, I received another call from my husband. His tone had completely changed, and I could hear his confusion and trembling voice over the phone. I can't set up the tent no matter what. It's starting to rain and my parents are getting angry at me. It's getting cold too. What should I do? It's cold, regretting already. Why don't you look up how to set up a tent on YouTube?" I suggested, trying to offer a solution. "Forget the tent. My father pulled it too hard and ripped it apart, Allison. You've had your fun, now fix your attitude and come pick us up," my husband snapped, his frustration evident. "I'm not coming. If you walk for about an hour, you'll reach a broad road. If you're not going to camp, then come down here with your stuff," I replied firmly, refusing to bend to his demands. "What? Just because I'm asking you nicely doesn't mean you can get all high and mighty," he retorted, revealing his true nature. Any lingering feelings I had for him had completely cooled. All I could do was sigh. "Screw this. I'm going to dump all this useless stuff. Just wait till we get home," he muttered angrily before ending the call. "Someone owns that place. It's private property. If you dump anything here, you'll be sued for illegal dumping, you know. There's a sign there that clearly states no littering," I warned, trying to reason with my husband. "I don't care," he replied, his tone firm and unyielding. It was clear he didn't believe I was serious about the divorce. I had to make him understand the gravity of the situation. "After the divorce, I'll be demanding compensation for the emotional distress from all the harassment you've done to me," I asserted, my voice steady and resolute. "What? The divorce? Is it? I'm serious," he stammered, finally realizing the seriousness of my words. Our conversation from the time I was left behind on the highway is recorded on my dad's RV's dash cam, so you can't deny it. Not just that, I've also recorded the conversations when you were harassing me afterwards, I stated firmly, laying out the evidence. "Let's calm down. We don't have any savings because we've been paying our mortgage. If you leave, I won't have anyone to cook and clean for us, which will be a problem. You should think before you speak," my husband pleaded, trying to appeal to practical concerns. "I'm not your maid. If you don't agree to the divorce, I'll take it to court. It's going to become a big deal, and everyone in the family will know," I asserted, refusing to be swayed by his attempts to guilt-trip me. My husband, usually so conscious of others' judgment, fell silent, seemingly at a loss for words. In the background, I could hear his parents fussing, but their opinions no longer held any weight for me. After that, my husband attempted to say something with a preface of "you know," but then the call abruptly cut off. Soon after, I started receiving multiple calls from my in-laws, but I ignored them completely. After a while, the calls stopped ringing, indicating their phones must have died from a lack of battery. My father's revenge plan was a resounding success. As I made my way home, I picked up the divorce papers, filled them out, and left them on the table before returning to the comforting embrace of my childhood home, where my kind father awaited me. Meanwhile, my husband and in-laws took an inexplicably long 3 hours to descend the mountain that would normally take only 1 hour. "That's why you should have used Google Maps instead of bothering me with calls." "How foolish," I remarked to my husband, who arrived at my parents' house in a desperate attempt to salvage our relationship. His anger was palpable. "Allison, get out here now. I'll teach you a lesson. If you have something to say, talk to my father. He's pretty upset, so it might not end well for you." But my imposing father stood firm at the entrance, unleashing a tirade against my husband and shutting him down. Moreover, they left their tent and camping gear in the mountains, leading to a lawsuit for illegal dumping filed by the owner of the mountain. The person who filed the lawsuit, none other than my father, who had inherited the land from my grandfather. Security cameras installed due to recurring trespassing and dumping incidents made it clear who was responsible for the mess. As for the punishment, after finalizing our divorce, I demanded and received $1 million each from my husband and in-laws for the emotional distress they caused me. Unable to pay off their mortgage, my husband's house was foreclosed, and he now lives with his parents in their leaky house, leading a modest life as a family of 3. But there's no use crying over spilled milk. I returned to the company I used to work at before getting married, regaining the lifestyle that suits me. Next month, I plan to go camping with my parents, and I'm sure it will be a blast. After all the turmoil, I'm finally reclaiming my happiness and looking forward to brighter days ahead.
I am Helen Collins, a 29-year-old who works at the local library in an obscure small town. My life is characterized by simplicity, perhaps too simple for some, but it is uniquely mine. Being the quiet type, I've always found solace in the company of books rather than the clamor of the outside world. The library, an old and cozy building with creaky floors and weathered shelves, is my sanctuary. Despite its imperfections, it is perfect to me. Each day at 8 a.m., I'd open the library doors, turn on the lights, and savor the familiar scent of books. This routine, although repetitive, never loses its charm. My parents passed away when I was young, leaving me in the care of my grandmother. She was a kind soul who encouraged my love for reading and learning. However, she's no longer here, and I find myself alone in the world. No siblings, no close relatives, just me and my small world. Good morning, Helen. Mr. Jenkins, a regular visitor, greets me as he strolls in. He's an elderly man who spends his days immersed in history books. I reciprocate the greeting with a smile and inform him of the new shipment of history books that arrived yesterday. The day unfolds with familiar faces coming and going. I assist a group of kids in finding books for their school project. Recommend a romance novel to Mrs. Harrison, and guide Mr. Thompson to the science fiction section. It's a quiet life, but one that brings me comfort. Then, everything changes on the day Jack enters my life. He walks into the library looking for a book, but he doesn't fit the typical profile of a library visitor. His crisp suit and confident stride set him apart. "Can you help me find a book?" he asks, his voice smooth and inviting. "Of course. What are you looking for?" I reply, attempting to maintain composure. "It's a novel. The Great Gatsby, I believe," he says, and I lead him to the classics section. As I hand him the book, our hands brush briefly, sending a jolt through me. It's a simple touch, but it lingers in my mind. "Thank you, Helen," he says, reading my name tag. "I'm Jack. It's nice to meet you." This brief encounter marks the beginning of a profound change, a love I thought would last a lifetime and a journey that would take me from the quiet life I knew into a world of chaos and betrayal. Little did I know that life doesn't come with a warning label, and sometimes we just have to learn the hard way. Following that first meeting, Jack becomes a frequent visitor to the library. Despite not appearing to be the reading type, he consistently seeks book recommendations and engages in conversations with me. One day, as I struggle with a box of newly arrived books, he offers to help, and our interactions grow longer with each visit. I discovered that Jack was involved in his family's real estate business, and he proved to be easy to talk to. For the first time in a while, it felt like someone was genuinely interested in me. Then, one day, he surprised me with an invitation. "Helen, would you like to have dinner with me tonight?" His eyes held a hopeful expression. Taken aback, I asked, "Like a date?" He smiled and confirmed, "Yes, like a date." Despite the unfamiliar territory, there was something about him that made me want to say yes. Okay, sure. I'd like that, I replied, attempting to keep my voice steady. We chose a cozy but not fancy restaurant in town. Over dinner, we talked about everything and nothing, and for a few hours, I forgot about my typically solitary life. Walking home, Jack expressed, "I had a really great time tonight, Helen. You're very different from the people I usually meet." Unsure of how to respond, I simply smiled. He continued, "I'd like to see you again. Would that be okay?" I nodded, "Yes, I'd like that." From then on, we started seeing each other more regularly, going out to dinner or taking walks. It felt nice to be part of something beyond books and quietness. Before long, I found myself falling hard for him. Jack was charming, attentive, and made me feel special. When he proposed, I didn't hesitate to say yes. Looking back, I wish I had seen the signs, known that his charm masked something less pleasant. Love has a way of blinding you, making you ignore warning signs. I was deeply in love, or at least I believed I was. After Jack and I got engaged, things began to change. It started with his disapproving parents, who considered me beneath their son due to my lack of wealth. Meeting them at their opulent house for dinner was nerve-wracking. Margaret and Richard made it clear they didn't like me, questioning my suitability for Jack. Despite their disapproval, Jack stood up for me, strengthening my love for him. Before our wedding, his parents insisted on a prenuptial agreement, claiming it was a formality. With little to lose, I agreed without fuss. After marriage, I moved into Jack's house, a gift from his parents that they still treated as theirs. His parents frequented the house unannounced, issuing orders without hesitation. I refrained from causing trouble, silently enduring their constant reminders that nothing in the house was mine. Jack changed too, no longer the man I fell in love with. He began joining in on his parents' jokes at my expense, and one evening, I faced the dilemma of choosing an outfit for a family event and sought Jack's opinion. "This one makes you look less drab," he said, laughing. His words stung. It felt like he transformed into a different person around his parents. The support I once received had vanished. Instead, he joined in their laughter. Living in that house became exhausting, and I felt like an outsider, a guest unwelcome in my own home. Despite hoping for improvement, the situation only worsened. The stress took a toll on my health, resulting in severe stomach pains. Ignoring them proved futile, and one day I collapsed at the library. Waking up in the hospital, the doctor attributed it to stress, keeping me hospitalized for a few days. Jack neither visited nor called, leaving me feeling utterly alone. Unexpectedly, a notary arrived with life-changing news. My almost forgotten great-aunt had passed away, leaving me a fortune of $30 million. The sudden windfall transformed my status from the impoverished library girl to someone with significant wealth. When Jack and his parents learned of my inheritance, they visited, showering me with smiles and sweetness. "Darling, we're so happy for you," Margaret feigned concern. Richard chimed in, "We're a family. We should support each other." Skeptical of their sudden change, I'd overheard their conversation outside my room. Their true intentions became clear. They viewed me as a means to secure their financial future. Disturbed by their greed, I knew I had to escape their clutches and regain control of my life. Leaving the hospital, I returned home to find Jack and his parents waiting, playing the roles of a caring family. They expressed worry and curiosity about my inheritance. Jack, the man I thought I loved, had become unrecognizable. "When do you get the inheritance?" he asked eagerly. Realizing the depth of deception, I replied, "Soon, but it's not something you need to worry about." Jack, however, asserted the idea of marital entitlement. That night, haunted by their insincere concern and greed, I couldn't sleep. Fueled by years of frustration, I began documenting every detail of their actions and words. The next morning, armed with evidence, I met with a lawyer. Shocked by the situation, he assured me that the prenuptial agreement would protect my interests. Empowered by this revelation, I returned home to find Jack and his parents in the living room. There she is, our brave girl, Richard greeted with a falsely warm smile. Clutching my purse, I gathered the courage to speak. I have something to say, I announced, my voice unwavering. The room fell silent as I declared, I'm filing for divorce. The shock rippled through the room, and Margaret erupted in anger, threatening legal action to claim a share of my inheritance. I delved into my purse and retrieved a copy of the prenuptial agreement. Actually, you can't. This states that neither of us can claim the other's property in case of divorce, I calmly pointed out. For the first time, they were left speechless, and I seized control of the situation. Standing up, I declared, I'm leaving. I don't want any of you to contact me. Walking out of that house, their shouts and insults trailed behind me. It was the most challenging thing I'd ever done, but as I drove away, a weight lifted off my shoulders. I felt free from their disdain and manipulation. For the first time in years, I felt like I could breathe. Despite uncertainties about the future, I rented a small apartment in the city. It wasn't extravagant, but it was mine. A sense of peace washed over me, and even though I was still dealing with the divorce, I felt equipped to handle it. One day, the lawyer called with information about my great-aunt's will. Intrigued, I inquired, what about it? He revealed a condition. I had to use a portion of my inheritance for a charitable cause, fulfilling my great-aunt's final wish. Surprised, I learned she was a philanthropist, and it felt like a sign, pushing me in a new direction. I started researching charities and causes, seeking something meaningful. That's when I discovered a small organization aiding women victims of domestic abuse. Touched by their cause, I contacted them, met with Linda, and decided to fund a new shelter. A few weeks later, at the shelter's opening, the atmosphere buzzed with hope and gratitude. Among the attendees, I spotted a familiar face, Sarah, an old colleague from the library. Reconnecting with her felt like pieces of my life falling back into place. The days blended together as I immersed myself in the rewarding work at the shelter, finding a new sense of purpose. Unexpectedly, my phone rang, displaying a number I hadn't seen in a while. Jack. With a mix of emotions but curious, I answered. Hello, Jack. He urgently requested a meeting, claiming he made a huge mistake and wanted me back. Sitting across from him at a public coffee shop, he seemed different, defeated, and almost pitiful. Helen, I made a huge mistake. I want you back. I've realized how much you mean to me, he confessed. Looking at him, I felt nothing but contempt. Why now, Jack? His sigh revealed. My parents controlled everything. They were the reason our marriage failed. I was weak, but I'm different now. A surge of anger enveloped me. You blame your parents, but you stood by while they treated me like dirt. You laughed with them, Jack, I asserted. He reached for my hand, but I pulled away. Please, Helen, I know I was wrong. I've changed, he pleaded. Staring at him, I saw the man I once loved, but now I felt nothing for him. Changed or not, it's too late. I feel nothing for you, Jack, nothing but contempt. His face fell, and for a brief moment, I glimpsed the man I married, but it faded. I'm sorry, Jack. I've moved on. I have a life now, a purpose. There's no place for you in it, I said firmly. He nodded slowly, a look of resignation on his face. I understand. I just had to try. Leaving the coffee shop, I felt the weight lift off my shoulders. It was truly over. The next day, an event took place at the shelter. A local artist had donated a sculpture to be unveiled in the garden. Surrounded by people who supported and believed in me, I felt a sense of belonging. Sarah, my old colleague from the library, stood beside me. You've done something amazing here, Helen, she said, smiling. The artist revealed the sculpture, a figure of a woman reaching up to the sky, symbolizing hope, strength, and new beginnings. Applause filled the air, and for a moment, everything felt right in the world. Linda, the woman who had helped me, approached. Helen, this is just the beginning. There's so much more we can do. Looking around at hopeful faces, I knew she was right. This was my new beginning, and I was ready to embrace it fully. My new life was busy and fulfilling. Each day at the shelter brought new challenges and rewards. My confidence grew, and for the first time in years, I felt in control of my destiny. I even started taking self-defense classes, something I never imagined doing before. One day, as I left the shelter, I saw a car parked outside. My mother-in-law, Margaret. Stepping out, she said, "Helen, we need to talk." Her voice was softer than I'd ever heard. "I have nothing to say to you, Margaret," I replied, my voice steady. "Please just hear me out." "I've realized how wrong we were," she pleaded. I stopped and looked at her. She seemed genuine, but I couldn't forget the past. "What do you want, Margaret?" "I want to apologize. I treated you terribly. I've lost my son because of it, and I don't want to lose you too." "You were like the daughter I never had," she said, her eyes glistening with tears. I felt a pang of sympathy, but I pushed it away. "Margaret, you made my life a living hell. An apology won't change that. I've moved on, and I suggest you do the same," I said firmly. She reached out to me, but I stepped back. "Please, Helen, I know I can't undo the past, but I want to make things right." I shook my head. "It's too late for that. Goodbye, Margaret." As I walked away, I felt her gaze on my back, but I didn't look back. I had learned to stand up for myself, and there was no going back to the way things were. The next day, I received a letter from Jack's lawyer. He was contesting the divorce settlement. I wasn't surprised, but I was ready. Meeting with my lawyer, Rachel, she reassured me. "He's got no leg to stand on, Helen. The prenuptial agreement is clear. He's just trying to intimidate you." I nodded. "I'm not afraid of him anymore. Let's fight this." The court date arrived, and I walked in with my head held high. Jack was there with his lawyer, and for a moment our eyes met. There was a flash of the old Jack, the one I had loved, but it vanished quickly. The judge listened to both sides and then made her decision. The prenuptial agreement stood, and Jack's claims were dismissed. I felt a surge of relief and triumph. After the court session, Jack approached me. "Helen, I'm sorry." "I was wrong," he said, his voice low. I looked at him, seeing the man I once loved but now felt nothing for. "Goodbye, Jack. Take care of yourself," I said and walked away. As I left the courtroom, I felt a sense of closure. That chapter of my life was finally over, and a new one was just beginning. At the shelter, we were planning a fundraiser, and it was taking all my attention. The support from the community was overwhelming, and I felt a deep sense of gratitude. The night of the fundraiser arrived, and the place was buzzing with energy. People from all walks of life had come to support our cause. As I looked around, I realized how far I had come, from a quiet, timid woman to someone who stood up for herself and others. "Helen, you did it. This is amazing," Sarah said, coming up to me. I smiled. "We did it. And there's so much more to do." As the event went on, I felt a sense of accomplishment and purpose. This was my life now, and I was exactly where I was meant to be. A factory worker father hurriedly excused himself upon her announcement. As soon as she uttered those words, my stepmother, with a wicked grin, impulsively splashed tea onto my dad's face. Beside her, she burst into laughter. Surprisingly, my stepfather made no effort to reprimand her. The stain on the suit my dad had meticulously cleaned for this occasion rapidly expanded. Fortunately, the tea was lukewarm, nearly cold, alleviating concerns about burns. Amidst my astonishment, I handed a napkin to my dad while Tom, in a panic, tried to dry his father-in-law's suit. Even in the midst of worrying about potential injuries, Tom couldn't help but laugh at the absurd behavior of his parents. Throughout this chaos, my dad remained silent, stood upright, and pointed at them, declaring, "Well then, I'll just ruin your company." The unfamiliar sternness in his voice caught me off guard. He took my hand, and we left the chaotic scene behind. Tom scolded his parents before quickly joining us. "I'm really sorry, father-in-law. I'll make my parents apologize later." He apologized, but my dad, with a grave tone, reassured him, "No need. We're done with them anyway." He patted Tom's shoulder as we walked away from the tumultuous O'Connor household. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yvonne Warner, a 26-year-old office worker. Raised by my single father after losing my mother at a young age, I admired his dedication to both work and family. My father, in charge of a factory, managed to attend all my school events, even if he had to rush back to work afterward. In college, I met Tham, 2 years my senior, who was gentle, sincere, and polite. Despite his popularity, he accepted my confession, but there were concerns about his relationship with his parents, which he didn't elaborate on. We continued to date, and although Tham lived alone, he occasionally visited his parents, always looking exhausted afterward. Tham prioritized me in our relationship, and I was proud of him. I wanted to introduce him to my dad, and when the day finally came, it was a mix of fear and excitement. Surprisingly, my dad and Tham got along well, and I felt relieved to see the two important men in my life getting along. Yet Tham's odd excitement after the meeting left me puzzled, and he evaded any further questions about it. As Tham and I had seemingly hit it off with my dad, I couldn't shake off a growing worry that perhaps Tham's feelings were not as positive as he claimed. This anxiety lingered, leading Tham to request an important conversation a few days later. Nervously anticipating the discussion about our recent encounter with my dad, I met Tham at the agreed-upon cafe. Upon reaching the cafe, I noticed Tham already seated, his face wearing a gloomy expression visible through the glass. Suppressing my own anxiety, I approached him with a cheerful greeting. "Tham, sorry, did you wait long?" I softly spoke as I reached him. Startled by my touch on his shoulder, Tham exclaimed, "Well, Ivan, you scared me." After a deep breath, he continued, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to startle you. Please, have a seat." Sitting across from Tham, I ordered from the waiter, my concern mounting as Tham's downcast expression persisted. Hoping to encourage him to share his thoughts, I spoke up, "Hey, Tham, what's bothering you so much? Is there something wrong with my dad?" Tham, taken aback by the direct question, denied any issue with my dad, stating, "Absolutely not. I respect your dad. It's just that my. He trailed off, avoiding eye contact. Sensing the need to delve deeper, I sighed and pressed him. "If you're worried about something, I want to know what's on your mind." Tham took a deep breath, as if preparing himself, and began to disclose a shocking revelation. According to him, his parents were judgmental and lacked class, constantly interfering in his life. When he introduced a girlfriend, his parents would criticize her on the spot, leading to tearful breakups. Tham desired to marry me but was troubled by the prospect of involving his parents in our marriage. Assuring him that we didn't have to include them in our union, I suggested enduring their presence during the wedding formalities. Reminding him that my dad liked him, I thought the matter was settled, but Tham had more to share. He revealed that when he met my dad, he was surprised by the stark contrast to his own parents. Expressing a desire to become the son of such a great man, Tham shared his dilemma about marriage. While he was pleased that my dad liked him, he couldn't decide whether his parents should also become his in-laws. Tham brightened momentarily but sighed deeply afterward. In a moment of realization, Tham looked up and apologized. He proposed a unique solution. When we meet his parents for our marriage, could my dad come along? Tham hoped that the presence of someone so respectable might eventually influence his parents positively. I agreed to discuss it with my dad, but I couldn't help expressing my wish that Tham had approached the conversation differently. Understanding his misstep, Tham quickly apologized and then, with newfound determination, formally proposed marriage to me. Swiftly deciding to discuss the matter with my father, who was initially hesitant, I approached him with Tham when he formally asked for my hand in marriage. After obtaining my father's agreement, Tham and I arranged a date to meet his parents. On the appointed day, dressed in our best attire, we stood at the front door of Tham's family home, preparing to meet his parents for the first time. Given the unsettling stories I had heard about Tham's parents, my nerves were understandably on edge. My father, attempting to lighten the mood, encouraged us not to be too tense, assuring that Tham's parents were just overly concerned. His supportive pat on the back eased my anxiety slightly. When Tom rang the doorbell, there was no response, causing a momentary panic. Tom rang again, but still, there was silence. Not wanting to create a bad impression, Tom excused himself and entered the house first, leaving my father and me exchanging concerned glances. After what seemed like an eternity, Tom reappeared, looking flustered. Before I could inquire about the delay, he made excuses with a forced smile, promising us they would be ready soon. My father sighed in exasperation, and I couldn't shake the growing worry that this incident might jeopardize our wedding plans. Finally, Tom ushered us inside, where his parents awaited us. However, their demeanor was peculiar. His mother greeted us with a sly grin, while his father seemed disinterested, looking away. Despite the tense atmosphere, I decided to proceed with the introductions. Tom, regaining composure, introduced both my parents and me. Despite the warmth of his thoughtful introduction, his parents sneered, and the atmosphere remained strained. In an awkward turn of events, Tom's mother splashed tea on my father, staining the suit he had meticulously cleaned for the occasion. Shocked, I offered my dad a handkerchief while Tom panickedly tried to wipe off the tea stains. His parents, laughing in response, only fueled Tom's anger. My father, standing up, pointed at them and declared, "Then I'll ruin your company," a tone and statement I had never heard from him before. Taking my hand, he left the house, leaving Tom's parents in the wake of Tom's scolding. Returning to our house with Tom, my father changed clothes, and Tom earnestly apologized for the incident. I could hear my dad's troubled voice during their conversation. Although I was shocked by Tom's parents' actions, I knew they wouldn't be easy to get along with. Seated on the living room sofa, clenching my fists, I replayed the event in my mind, seething at the insult directed at my dad. When my dad and Tom finished changing, Tom immediately apologized to me, almost bowing down, expressing regret for not anticipating such behavior from his parents. His sincerity was evident, and he didn't even ask for forgiveness. Feeling the need to apologize as well, I took Tom's hand as he kneeled on the floor, expressing my regret for suggesting the meeting without fully understanding the situation. Unexpectedly, the situation took a serious turn, and I felt compelled to apologize to my father for the unintended consequences of my thoughtless suggestion. His troubled expression and shrugged shoulders conveyed the difficulty in addressing the situation. Determined to understand the gravity of my dad's threat, I sought clarification. "Dad, was what you said true? Are you really going to ruin their company?" To my question, my dad glanced at Tom and nodded firmly, affirming his intent. My father, the CEO of a renowned local enterprise, revealed that their business was already struggling. As the factory manager and CEO, he had started as a worker in the very factory, sacrificing his dream of becoming a painter to raise me alone after my mother's passing. He worked tirelessly and climbed the corporate ladder through several promotions. Eventually, he took over as the CEO when the former CEO retired. During our recent visit to Tom's family home, we discovered that one of the subsidiaries managed by Tom's father, my father-in-law, belonged to my dad's company. Unfortunately, Tom's parents' prejudices and Tom's mother's premature actions prevented this from being clarified, leading to the present situation. My father explained that his company faced management difficulties, contemplating downsizing without resorting to layoffs. Regret was evident in his words as he considered the impact on his employees. After Tom's serious conversation with my father, he proposed closing down the subsidiary where Tom's parents worked. Concerned about the consequences for Tom's parents, my father questioned if Tom was okay with it. Tom, resolute and having cut ties with his parents, expressed a desire for them to reflect on their actions. Despite the difficulty, he requested permission to get engaged with me. Moved by Tom's earnestness, I also pleaded with my father to allow our engagement. My father, crossing his arms, pondered Tom's words. Despite the recent incident, he eventually gave his approval, setting a condition related to Tom's parents being company executives. My father demanded to know Tom's plan for the employees and made it clear that our marriage would be off if Tom couldn't handle this responsibly. A few days later, Tham presented a plan to my father for his father's company's employees. He had arranged a meeting with my father to discuss possible job placements for all the employees. Tham showed genuine concern for their transition and offered to work for free until they were settled and producing results. He expressed his eagerness to compensate for any shortcomings with his work and salary, and once settled, to re-engage with me. Tham, demonstrating his earnestness, saw himself as partly responsible for his company's collapse and wished to be a positive force in the situation. Upon returning home, I discovered that our marriage would be delayed due to an unavoidable circumstance. When I greeted my father, he expressed, "Welcome back, Ivan. You heard right. I'm sorry for deciding such an important thing on my own, but I thought it wouldn't be fair if I were the only one happy." While he apologized, I seized the opportunity to propose working in the company with Tham, offering to work for free. I insisted that my father should accept Tham's proposal. Despite Tham's attempts to dissuade me, I desperately begged my father, who initially remained silent. After repeated pleas, he uncrossed his arms and quietly nodded. Meanwhile, Tham's parents had yet to apologize. My father seemed to have been waiting for them, but the time had passed. He began preparations to take over Tham's father's company. Time passed, and the day arrived when the company collapsed. Tham's parents summoned us to their home, where a crowd of former employees protested the company's closure. They accused us of being the root of all evil and blamed me for seducing Tham and ingratiating myself with my father. Despite the accusations, Tham attempted to calm the former employees, explaining the situation and offering new job placements. Ignoring his parents' outbursts, Tham apologized for the inconvenience caused and promised to work with dedication. The former employees, reassured by Tham's efforts, began leaving, relieved and grateful. As they departed, my father promised to inform them of the details later. In the aftermath, Tham's parents continued to fuss about their predicament. Tham sighed in exasperation at their blame shifting, expressing concern about losing their house used as collateral. Despite their pleas, Tham's parents were met with indifference as the former employees had already heard the truth from Tham and disregarded the parents' desperate appeals. My father also ignored their words, and the former employees left relieved, leaving Tham's parents to confront the consequences of their actions. "I don't care what you think. You got what you deserved, so it can't be helped. Why don't you learn a little remorse?" My father reprimanded Tham's parents, who seemed oblivious to our scolding. Unable to bear their persistence any longer, I finally lost my patience. "Haven't you just caused trouble for Tham all this time, boasting about being business owners and only caring about titles? Isn't that why this happened?" My words left his parents speechless, seemingly ready to retort, but halted by my father's decisive intervention. He made it clear that he wouldn't allow them to speak further. A business owner is supposed to take responsibility. You should at least complete your final task properly. Left without a response, Tham's parents were scolded collectively and could say nothing more. Leaving them behind, we left the scene. And eventually, Tham's parents lost everything: the company, the house, and the land. They never provided any guarantees to the former employees and evaded responsibility. After losing everything, they reached out to Tham for help. But having cut ties with them, Tham coldly turned them away. Now, they were probably in jail, and we heard nothing from them since. Even if they got out, they still had a debt to the former employees, so the situation remained dire. Afterward, Tham and I quit our jobs and joined my father's company. Living off our savings in the first month, we worked for free as promised. One day, we encountered a former employee of Tham's parents' company at work. Eager to shake our hands at the new workplace, the employee expressed their gratitude to my father for giving them a chance. Thanks to Tham for arranging the job, and also conveyed many thanks to me. Despite not remembering the specific incident, I had apparently helped that person carry materials. After expressing immense gratitude, the former employee left, expressing a desire to keep working hard. Feeling somewhat redeemed by his words, we hurried to my father's office, where he warmly welcomed us. Handing us several thick envelopes, he explained, "It's your salaries for the past months." It ended up being multiple envelopes because it couldn't all fit into one. We were stunned, unable to swallow the situation, but my father continued, "Your hard work revitalized the team. They constantly expressed their gratitude and concern for you. I couldn't possibly leave such excellent employees unpaid, and our performance has improved significantly. Thank you truly." Hearing this, we hugged each other and cried, moved by the concern shown for us. My father then added something even more wonderful. "Tom, I'm impressed with your leadership. If you're okay with my daughter, would you marry her?" Overjoyed, Tom replied tearfully, bowing to me and my father. I hugged Tom, crying alongside him. And so we got married. Continuing to work at my father's company, we lived happily every day, gradually becoming more adept at our jobs and contributing more effectively. Our time at the company was approaching a pause as I was about to take maternity leave. My father, Tom, our colleagues, and I were all looking forward to the arrival of our child.
The December wind cut through my thin jacket as I stood on the doorstep of the Mason family estate, watching my mother-in-law's perfectly manicured hand wave goodbye before she slammed the heavy oak door in my face. I placed one hand protectively over my growing belly, trying to process how quickly everything had fallen apart. My name is Emma Chen, and at 28 years old, I found myself pregnant, alone, and locked out of what had been my home for the past 3 years. But Victoria Mason had no idea what she'd just done, or who she was really dealing with. "You'll thank me for this later, James," I heard her say through the door to my husband. "She was never good enough for you. No connections, no family money, just some scholarship girl who got lucky." I waited for James to defend me, to say something. Anything. But his silence spoke volumes. The same silence that had grown between us over the past few months as his mother's influence poisoned everything we'd built together. The irony was, Victoria Mason was right about one thing. I had gotten lucky, but not in the way she thought. 3 years ago, I was a software engineer fresh out of MIT, working on an AI algorithm that could revolutionize supply chain management. James and I met at a tech conference where I was presenting my research. He was there representing his family's shipping company, Mason Global Logistics. It was love at first sight, at least that's what I thought. The wedding was rushed, small, intimate. Victoria never approved, but James had insisted. "We don't need their blessing," he'd said back then. "We just need each other." Those words felt hollow now as I stood in the cold, watching my breath form clouds in the frigid air. What Victoria didn't know was that for the past year, I'd been building something in secret. Something that would change everything. The algorithm I'd been developing wasn't just theoretical anymore, it was ready. And while Victoria was busy planning charity galas and criticizing my common background, I'd been quietly meeting with investors, securing patents, and laying the groundwork for my own company. I pulled out my phone, my fingers trembling slightly from both cold and adrenaline, and dialed the one person I knew I could count on. "Maya, it's happening." They kicked me out. Maya Chen, my older sister and brilliant corporate lawyer, didn't miss a beat. "I'm on my way. The apartment is ready. Time to launch Plan B." I could hear her grabbing her keys, the determination in her voice giving me strength. Maya had always been my rock, especially after we lost our parents in an accident 10 years ago. She was the one who'd encouraged me to keep working on my algorithm even after I married James. "Never put all your eggs in one basket, little sister," she warned me, especially not a golden one. As I waited for Maya, I thought about the last conversation I'd had with James earlier that morning. He found the prenatal vitamins in my drawer, and instead of being happy about the baby, he looked worried. "Did you plan this?" he'd asked, his voice tight. "Is this some kind of trap?" The accusation had stunned me. Trap? "James, we're married. We talked about having children." "Mother thinks the timing is suspicious," he'd said, running his hands through his hair. "With the company's merger coming up." I should have seen it then, how deeply his mother's paranoia had infected him. How the sweet, supportive man I'd marry had become just another puppet in Victoria Mason's grand plan for her family's dynasty. Maya's sleek black Tesla pulled up to the curb, and she jumped out, wrapping me in a fierce hug. "Those pretentious snobs," she muttered, helping me with my bags. "Just wait until they see what's coming." As we drove away from the Mason estate, I felt a strange sense of calm settle over me. Victoria thought she was protecting her family's empire by getting rid of me. She had no idea she'd just set in motion exactly what I'd been waiting for. Maya glanced at me as she navigated through the city's streets. "You okay? The stress isn't good for the baby." I placed a hand on my belly, feeling a small kick. "I'm fine. Better than fine, actually. Remember how you told me to always have a backup plan?" She nodded, turning onto the highway that led to her downtown apartment building. "Well," I said, pulling out my laptop, "I have something to show you. That algorithm I've been working on, it's not just theoretical anymore. I've been running simulations using Mason Global's shipping data that James gave me access to when we first got married." Maya's eyes widened. "Emma, what exactly have you been up to?" I opened my laptop, showing her the results of my latest simulation. "I've created an AI-driven logistics system that can predict supply chain disruptions before they happen, optimize shipping routes in real time, and reduce costs by up to 40%. I call it Chain Sight." "And you've tested this using Mason Global's data?" I nodded. "James gave me full access to their systems when we got married. He wanted me to understand the family business. Victoria was furious about it, but he insisted. I've been running simulations for months, perfecting the algorithm." Maya pulled into her building's parking garage, turning to face me fully. "Emma, do you realize what you have here?" "I do," I said, closing my laptop. "And so do the venture capitalists I've been meeting with. They're ready to fund Chainsight's launch. We're just waiting for my signal." Maya's face broke into a wide grin. "And Victoria just gave you the perfect reason to launch." As we rode the elevator to Maya's penthouse apartment, I thought about Victoria's smug face as she pushed me out the door. She thought she was getting rid of a gold digger, a nobody who trapped her precious son. Instead, she just freed me to become her biggest competitor. Maya's apartment was everything the Mason estate wasn't: modern, minimal, and warm. She'd set up the guest room for me weeks ago, just in case. My sister had always been the pragmatic one. "Get some rest," she said, helping me unpack. "Tomorrow, we start making calls. It's time to show the Masons what a nobody from nowhere can really do." That night, as I lay in bed, my hand resting on my growing belly, I felt stronger than I had in months. Victoria thought she was protecting her family's legacy. Instead, she'd just given me the push I needed to build my own. My phone buzzed. A text from James. "Mother says this is for the best." "I'm sorry." I didn't respond. Let him think I was broken, devastated. Let Victoria believe she'd won. They had no idea what was coming. The next morning, I woke up to an email from my lead investor, Sarah Chen. No relation, though we joked about it. "Ready when you are. Say the word, and we'll start the funding round." I looked out Maya's window at the city skyline, where Mason Global's headquarters dominated the view. Soon, they'd see my company's name up there too. But first, I had work to do. Maya was already up, making breakfast and taking calls. She cleared her schedule for the next week to help me set everything in motion. As I walked into the kitchen, she handed me a prenatal vitamin and a glass of orange juice. "The team's ready," she said, hanging up her phone. "We can file the incorporation papers today." "You're sure about this?" I took the vitamin, thinking about James' accusation yesterday. Had I planned this? Not exactly. But I'd been prepared for it thanks to Maya's constant warnings and my own instincts. "I'm sure," I said, pulling out my laptop. "Victoria wants a war. Let's give her one." Maya smiled, that fierce, protective smile I'd known all my life. "Then let's get to work." The next few days passed in a blur of meetings, calls, and paperwork. Maya's law firm handled everything efficiently, and by the end of the week, Chainsight was officially incorporated. The initial funding round was oversubscribed. It seemed every investor in town wanted a piece of what we were building. James tried calling several times, but I let everything go to voicemail. His messages grew increasingly anxious as news of Chainsight's incorporation spread through the business community. "Emma, what are you doing?" his last message demanded. "Mother's furious. She says you stole company secrets. We could sue you for this. I played the message for Maya, who just laughed. Let them try. Every bit of data you used was legally accessed with full permission. We have James's emails proving it. She was right, of course. I documented everything meticulously, knowing this day might come. Victoria Mason hadn't raised an idiot for a son. She just never expected his wife to be smarter than he was. As I ended part one of my story here, I was just getting started. Victoria Mason thought she'd taught me a lesson about knowing my place. Instead, she'd given me exactly what I needed: freedom to build something that would change everything, not just for me and my baby, but for the entire industry she thought she controlled. The real question was, what would happen when she realized exactly what she'd done? 6 months after Victoria Mason slammed her door in my face, I stood in front of a packed conference room at the National Logistics Convention. My hand rested on my now visible baby bump as I prepared to demonstrate chainsight to the industry's biggest players. The irony wasn't lost on me that Mason Global's leadership team sat in the front row, Victoria and James among them. Victoria's face was set in its usual mask of cold disdain, but I could see the tension in her jaw. James just looked pale. Ladies and gentlemen, I began, my voice steady despite the flutter of movement in my belly. What you're about to see will revolutionize how we think about supply chain management. As I launched into the demonstration, showing real-time optimization of shipping routes and predictive analytics that could save companies millions, I watched Victoria's expression shift from dismissive to concerned. By the time I showed the cost-saving projections, she was gripping her armrests so tightly her knuckles had turned white. The past 6 months had been intense. Maya and I had worked around the clock, building the company from her penthouse apartment. Our team grew quickly, brilliant engineers and developers who believed in the vision. The pregnancy hadn't been easy, but every kick from my baby felt like a reminder of why I was doing this. Victoria had tried everything to stop us. First came the cease and desist letters, claiming I'd stolen proprietary information. Maya's legal team shut that down quickly, producing documentation of every permission James had given me to access their systems. Then came the whisper campaign. Rumors about my character, my background, suggestions that I was unstable. But Victoria had underestimated how much the industry was ready for change. Chainsight's early trials with smaller shipping companies had produced results that couldn't be ignored. Any questions? I asked as I concluded the presentation. The room erupted with raised hands, but Victoria was already on her feet. This is nothing but smoke and mirrors, she announced, her voice sharp. Ms. Chen claims her system can reduce costs by 40%, but where's the proof? Mason Global has been in this industry for generations. We know what's possible and what isn't. I smiled, having anticipated this moment. Excellent question, Mrs. Mason. Perhaps your son can help answer it, since he's seen the system in action. All eyes turned to James, who looked like he wanted to disappear. He knew exactly what I was referring to. The trial runs I'd done using Mason Global's data, the ones he'd enthusiastically approved before his mother poisoned everything. I don't know what you're talking about, he stammered, but his face betrayed him. Really? I pulled up a series of emails on the screen behind me. Because according to these messages, you were quite impressed with the initial results. In fact, you called them revolutionary and suggested implementing them company-wide. Victoria's face turned scarlet. The emails were damning, not just for their content, but because they proved every accusation she'd made about me stealing company secrets was false. James had been my biggest supporter, right up until she turned him against me. After the presentation, investors swarmed around me. Maya handled most of them, her legal expertise proving invaluable as we fielded partnership offers and investment proposals. I noticed James hovering at the edge of the crowd, looking lost. Finally, he approached me as the room began to clear. Victoria was nowhere in sight. Emma, he said quietly, can we talk? I looked at him, really looked at him, for the first time in months. The man I'd fallen in love with seemed smaller somehow, diminished. About what, James? About how you let your mother kick out your pregnant wife? Or about how you've spent the last 6 months trying to destroy what I've built? He flinched. I didn't know about the baby, about any of it. Mother said. That's the problem. I cut him off. Mother said, Mother thinks, Mother knows best. When was the last time you thought for yourself? The company's stock dropped 15% after your presentation, he said, changing tactics. Mother's furious. The board is asking questions. Maybe we could work something out. I laughed, though there was no humor in it. Now you want to work something out? After everything. You're still my wife, he said, reaching for my hand. I pulled away. Actually, I'm not. The divorce papers were delivered to your office this morning. Maya's firm handled everything. You should read them carefully, especially the part about the baby. His face fell. Emma, please. That's my child too. Yes, I agreed, and you'll have visitation rights once they're born. But you lost the right to be their father the day you chose your mother over your family. Maya appeared at my elbow, right on cue. Everything okay here? James stepped back, his shoulders slumping. I'm sorry, Emma, for everything. I'm not, I said honestly. Everything that happened led me here. Chainsight is already revolutionizing the industry, and we're just getting started. So thank your mother for me, James. She gave me exactly what I needed, freedom. As he walked away, Maya squeezed my arm. You okay? I nodded, watching James disappear into the crowd. Better than okay. Did you see the partnership offers we got today? 6 major shipping companies want to implement Chainsight immediately. Maya confirmed. And that's just the beginning. Victoria's worst nightmare is coming true. You're not just competing with Mason Global. You're going to surpass them. 2 weeks later, I sat in my new office, reviewing the latest performance reports. Chainsight was growing faster than even our most optimistic projections had predicted. Companies were switching to our system in droves, drawn by the cost savings and efficiency improvements. Mason Global's stock had continued to fall as investors questioned their ability to compete in the changing landscape. I'd heard through industry gossip that Victoria had been forced to step down from the board, though she was fighting it every step of the way. A knock at my door interrupted my thoughts. Maya entered, waving a tablet. You need to see this, she said, pulling up a news article. The headline made me catch my breath. Mason Global Logistics announces major restructuring. CEO James Mason steps down. He's leaving the company? I asked, scanning the article. Maya nodded. Word is he's starting his own venture, something about embracing innovation and new directions in logistics. I sat back, absently rubbing my belly where the baby was kicking. His mother must be beside herself. Oh, she is, Maya grinned. But that's not all. Look at the last paragraph. I read it and felt a strange mix of emotions. In a surprising move, James Mason has expressed interest in potential collaborations with emerging industry leaders, specifically citing Chainsight's revolutionary approach to supply chain management. What do you think? Maya asked. Should we hear him out? I thought about it, remembering the man I've fallen in love with, the one who'd been excited about innovation before his mother's influence took over. Maybe, free from Victoria's control, that man still existed somewhere. Set up a meeting, I decided. But make it clear, this is business, nothing more. If he wants to work with Chainsight, he'll need to prove himself just like anyone else. Maya nodded, understanding perfectly. And Victoria? I smiled, thinking of my former mother-in-law and her grand plans for her family's legacy. She can watch from the sidelines as everything she tried to protect gets transformed by the nobody from nowhere she threw out in the cold. The baby kicked again, stronger this time, and I placed both hands on my belly. In 2 months, I'd be a mother myself. But unlike Victoria, I would teach my child that true legacy isn't about maintaining control. It's about having the courage to create something new. Victoria had thought she was protecting her son's inheritance when she kicked me out that cold December day. Instead, she triggered a revolution in the industry she thought she controlled, led by the very person she underestimated most. As I looked out my office window at the city skyline, where the Chainsight logo now shone as brightly as Mason Global's, I couldn't help but smile. Sometimes the best revenge isn't about getting even. It's about soaring higher than your enemies ever thought possible.
I am Helen Collins, a 29-year-old who works at the local library in an obscure small town. My life is characterized by simplicity, perhaps too simple for some, but it is uniquely mine. Being the quiet type, I've always found solace in the company of books rather than the clamor of the outside world. The library, an old and cozy building with creaky floors and weathered shelves, is my sanctuary. Despite its imperfections, it is perfect to me. Each day at 8 o'clock a.m., I open the library doors, turn on the lights, and savor the familiar scent of books. This routine, although repetitive, never loses its charm. My parents passed away when I was young, leaving me in the care of my grandmother. She was a kind soul who encouraged my love for reading and learning. However, she's no longer here, and I find myself alone in the world. No siblings, no close relatives, just me and my small world. Good morning, Helen. Mr. Jenkins, a regular visitor, greets me as he strolls in. He's an elderly man who spends his days immersed in history books. I reciprocate the greeting with a smile and inform him of the new shipment of history books that arrived yesterday. The day unfolds with familiar faces coming and going. I assist a group of kids in finding books for their school project. Recommend a romance novel to Mrs. Harrison, and guide Mr. Thompson to the science fiction section. It's a quiet life, but one that brings me comfort. Then, everything changes on the day Jack enters my life. He walks into the library looking for a book, but he doesn't fit the typical profile of a library visitor. His crisp suit and confident stride set him apart. "Can you help me find a book?" he asks, his voice smooth and inviting. "Of course. What are you looking for?" I reply, attempting to maintain composure. "It's a novel. The Great Gatsby, I believe," he says, and I lead him to the classics section. As I hand him the book, our hands brush briefly, sending a jolt through me. It's a simple touch, but it lingers in my mind. "Thank you, Helen," he says, reading my name tag. "I'm Jack. It's nice to meet you." This brief encounter marks the beginning of a profound change, a love I thought would last a lifetime and a journey that would take me from the quiet life I knew into a world of chaos and betrayal. Little did I know that life doesn't come with a warning label, and sometimes we just have to learn the hard way. Following that first meeting, Jack becomes a frequent visitor to the library. Despite not appearing to be the reading type, he consistently seeks book recommendations and engages in conversations with me. One day, as I struggle with a box of newly arrived books, he offers to help, and our interactions grow longer with each visit. I discovered that Jack was involved in his family's real estate business, and he proved to be easy to talk to. For the first time in a while, it felt like someone was genuinely interested in me. Then, one day, he surprised me with an invitation. "Helen, would you like to have dinner with me tonight?" His eyes held a hopeful expression. Taken aback, I asked, "Like a date?" He smiled and confirmed, "Yes, like a date." Despite the unfamiliar territory, there was something about him that made me want to say yes. "Okay, sure. I'd like that," I replied, attempting to keep my voice steady. We chose a cozy but not fancy restaurant in town. Over dinner, we talked about everything and nothing, and for a few hours, I forgot about my typically solitary life. Walking home, Jack expressed, "I had a really great time tonight, Helen. You're very different from the people I usually meet." Unsure of how to respond, I simply smiled. He continued, "I'd like to see you again. Would that be okay?" I nodded, "Yes, I'd like that." From then on, we started seeing each other more regularly, going out to dinner or taking walks. It felt nice to be part of something beyond books and quietness. Before long, I found myself falling hard for him. Jack was charming, attentive, and made me feel special. When he proposed, I didn't hesitate to say yes. Looking back, I wish I had seen the signs, known that his charm masked something less pleasant. Love has a way of blinding you, making you ignore warning signs. I was deeply in love, or at least I believed I was. After Jack and I got engaged, things began to change. It started with his disapproving parents, who considered me beneath their son due to my lack of wealth. Meeting them at their opulent house for dinner was nerve-wracking. Margaret and Richard made it clear they didn't like me, questioning my suitability for Jack. Despite their disapproval, Jack stood up for me, strengthening my love for him. Before our wedding, his parents insisted on a prenuptial agreement, claiming it was a formality. With little to lose, I agreed without fuss. After marriage, I moved into Jack's house, a gift from his parents that they still treated as theirs. His parents frequented the house unannounced, issuing orders without hesitation. I refrained from causing trouble, silently enduring their constant reminders that nothing in the house was mine. Jack changed too, no longer the man I fell in love with. He began joining in on his parents' jokes at my expense, and one evening, I faced the dilemma of choosing an outfit for a family event and sought Jack's opinion. "This one makes you look less drab," he said, laughing. His words stung. It felt like he transformed into a different person around his parents. The support I once received had vanished. Instead, he joined in their laughter. Living in that house became exhausting, and I felt like an outsider, a guest unwelcome in my own home. Despite hoping for improvement, the situation only worsened. The stress took a toll on my health, resulting in severe stomach pains. Ignoring them proved futile, and one day I collapsed at the library. Waking up in the hospital, the doctor attributed it to stress, keeping me hospitalized for a few days. Jack neither visited nor called, leaving me feeling utterly alone. Unexpectedly, a notary arrived with life-changing news. My almost forgotten great-aunt had passed away, leaving me a fortune of $30 million. The sudden windfall transformed my status from the impoverished library girl to someone with significant wealth. When Jack and his parents learned of my inheritance, they visited, showering me with smiles and sweetness. "Darling, we're so happy for you." Margaret feigned concern. Richard chimed in, "We're a family. We should support each other." Skeptical of their sudden change, I had overheard their conversation outside my room. Their true intentions became clear. They viewed me as a means to secure their financial future. Disturbed by their greed, I knew I had to escape their clutches and regain control of my life. Leaving the hospital, I returned home to find Jack and his parents waiting, playing the roles of a caring family. They expressed worry and curiosity about my inheritance. Jack, the man I thought I loved, had become unrecognizable. "When do you get the inheritance?" he asked eagerly. Realizing the depth of deception, I replied, "Soon, but it's not something you need to worry about." Jack, however, asserted the idea of marital entitlement. That night, haunted by their insincere concern and greed, I couldn't sleep. Fueled by years of frustration, I began documenting every detail of their actions and words. The next morning, armed with evidence, I met with a lawyer. Shocked by the situation, he'd assured me that the prenuptial agreement would protect my interests. Empowered by this revelation, I returned home to find Jack and his parents in the living room. "There she is, our brave girl," Richard greeted with a falsely warm smile. Clutching my purse, I gathered the courage to speak. "I have something to say," I announced, my voice unwavering. The room fell silent as I declared, "I'm filing for divorce." The shock rippled through the room, and Margaret erupted in anger, threatening legal action to claim a share of my inheritance. I delved into my purse and retrieved a copy of the prenuptial agreement. "Actually, you can't. This states that neither of us can claim the other's property in case of divorce," I calmly pointed out. For the first time, they were left speechless, and I seized control of the situation. Standing up, I declared, "I'm leaving. I don't want any of you to contact me." Walking out of that house, their shouts and insults trailed behind me. It was the most challenging thing I'd ever done, but as I drove away, a weight lifted off my shoulders. I felt free from their disdain and manipulation. For the first time in years, I felt like I could breathe. Despite uncertainties about the future, I rented a small apartment in the city. It wasn't extravagant, but it was mine. A sense of peace washed over me, and even though I was still dealing with the divorce, I felt equipped to handle it. One day, the lawyer called with information about my great-aunt's will. Intrigued, I inquired, "What about it?" He revealed a condition. I had to use a portion of my inheritance for a charitable cause, fulfilling my great-aunt's final wish. Surprised, I learned she was a philanthropist and it felt like a sign pushing me in a new direction. I started researching charities and causes, seeking something meaningful. That's when I discovered a small organization aiding women victims of domestic abuse. Touched by their cause, I contacted them, met with Linda, and decided to fund a new shelter. A few weeks later, at the shelter's opening, the atmosphere buzzed with hope and gratitude. Among the attendees, I spotted a familiar face, Sarah, an old colleague from the library. Reconnecting with her felt like pieces of my life falling back into place. The days blended together as I immersed myself in the rewarding work at the shelter, finding a new sense of purpose. Unexpectedly, my phone rang, displaying a number I hadn't seen in a while. Jack. With a mix of emotions but curious, I answered. Hello, Jack. He urgently requested a meeting, claiming he made a huge mistake and wanted me back. Sitting across from him at a public coffee shop, he seemed different, defeated, and almost pitiful. Helen, I made a huge mistake. I want you back. I've realized how much you mean to me, he confessed. Looking at him, I felt nothing but contempt. Why now, Jack? His sigh revealed. My parents controlled everything. They were the reason our marriage failed. I was weak, but I'm different now. A surge of anger enveloped me. You blame your parents, but you stood by while they treated me like dirt. You laughed with them, Jack, I asserted. He reached for my hand, but I pulled away. Please, Helen, I know I was wrong. I've changed, he pleaded. Staring at him, I saw the man I once loved, but now I felt nothing for him. Changed or not, it's too late. I feel nothing for you, Jack, nothing but contempt. His face fell, and for a brief moment, I glimpsed the man I married, but it faded. I'm sorry, Jack. I've moved on. I have a life now, a purpose. There's no place for you in it, I said firmly. He nodded slowly, a look of resignation on his face. I understand. I just had to try. Leaving the coffee shop, I felt the weight lift off my shoulders. It was truly over. The next day, an event took place at the shelter. A local artist had donated a sculpture to be unveiled in the garden. Surrounded by people who supported and believed in me, I felt a sense of belonging. Sarah, my old colleague from the library, stood beside me. You've done something amazing here, Helen, she said, smiling. The artist revealed the sculpture, a figure of a woman reaching up to the sky, symbolizing hope, strength, and new beginnings. Applause filled the air, and for a moment, everything felt right in the world. Linda, the woman who had helped me, approached. Helen, this is just the beginning. There's so much more we can do. Looking around at hopeful faces, I knew she was right. This was my new beginning, and I was ready to embrace it fully. My new life was busy and fulfilling. Each day at the shelter brought new challenges and rewards. My confidence grew, and for the first time in years, I felt in control of my destiny. I even started taking self-defense classes, something I never imagined doing before. One day, as I left the shelter, I saw a car parked outside. My mother-in-law, Margaret. Stepping out, she said, Helen, we need to talk. Her voice was softer than I'd ever heard. I have nothing to say to you, Margaret. I replied, my voice steady. Please just hear me out. I've realized how wrong we were, she pleaded. I stopped and looked at her. She seemed genuine, but I couldn't forget the past. What do you want, Margaret? I want to apologize. I treated you terribly. I've lost my son because of it, and I don't want to lose you too. You were like the daughter I never had, she said, her eyes glistening with tears. I felt a pang of sympathy, but I pushed it away. Margaret, you made my life a living hell. An apology won't change that. I've moved on, and I suggest you do the same, I said firmly. She reached out to me, but I stepped back. Please, Helen, I know I can't undo the past, but I want to make things right. I shook my head. It's too late for that. Goodbye, Margaret. As I walked away, I felt her gaze on my back, but I didn't look back. I had learned to stand up for myself, and there was no going back to the way things were. The next day, I received a letter from Jack's lawyer. He was contesting the divorce settlement. I wasn't surprised, but I was ready. Meeting with my lawyer, Rachel, She reassured me. He's got no leg to stand on, Helen. The prenuptial agreement is clear. He's just trying to intimidate you. I nodded. I'm not afraid of him anymore. Let's fight this. The court date arrived, and I walked in with my head held high. Jack was there with his lawyer, and for a moment our eyes met. There was a flash of the old Jack, the one I had loved, but it vanished quickly. The judge listened to both sides and then made her decision. The prenuptial agreement stood, and Jack's claims were dismissed. I felt a surge of relief and triumph. After the court session, Jack approached me. Helen, I'm sorry. I was wrong, he said, his voice low. I looked at him, seeing the man I once loved but now felt nothing for. Goodbye, Jack. Take care of yourself, I said and walked away. As I left the courtroom, I felt a sense of closure. That chapter of my life was finally over, and a new one was just beginning. At the shelter, we were planning a fundraiser, and it was taking all my attention. The support from the community was overwhelming, and I felt a deep sense of gratitude. The night of the fundraiser arrived, and the place was buzzing with energy. People from all walks of life had come to support our cause. As I looked around, I realized how far I had come, from a quiet, timid woman to someone who stood up for herself and others. Helen, you did it. This is amazing, Sarah said, coming up to me. I smiled. We did it. And there's so much more to do. As the event went on, I felt a sense of accomplishment and purpose. This was my life now, and I was exactly where I was meant to be.